together as we initiate chaos theory guarantees that we'll play like lightning shots sounding like thunder. For every time in the face that it hits us, we're faster. Well, they should know by now. They see the world keeps trying to shake us. It only waits us. The pendulum swings. The pendulum swings. It's in a beautiful darkness. Only another. It's full steam ahead. Full steam ahead. All above the Petty Express. Misdirected from the start. It's a runaway train. I come a freight train. I come a freight train. In a beautiful darkness, the Petty Express. In a beautiful darkness.
We are back on day 8. We are going to be starting in before the jury gets in as normal. Looks like they go straight to a sidebar, but we are also going to get the voir dire of it's either Jem or Jim. I have not one doggone clue of this final witness. Now, again, I'm hoping that we also get a little bit of clarification. Is today going to be where we close the evidence or where we, where the state rests their case and then we're going on to the defense? I guess I do wonder, if the defense has kind of just said uncle or what's going on, because we haven't even gotten some of the tools, through the DNA, all the stuff. We haven't gotten, I think, the snips or things like that. I know that we kind of went through their entrance, but I'm not sure what's going on. So maybe we will get some answers figured out. I do have the bingo link pinned at the top, but let's get into this. Looks like we're wearing another, Mr. Rogers sweater for some reason. Yeah, I'm wondering. I mean, again, I do think that the stakes are a bit higher and the evidence has to be a bit higher for both sides since there's not a body. I'm just hoping that we get something that's somewhat of a coherent argument today, because, dumpster fire should not be a strategy. But we're here. Let's get into this. Let's put it at 1.25 though, so Old Man River yells less. Or at least for less time.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, criminal indictment 2023-0091, continuation of jury trial. Defendants present in court with counsel. Counsel starting with Commonwealth. Kindly identify yourselves once again for the court and the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walshe.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tippett for Mr. Wolf.
Right. Madam Clerk, before I lose these, on the record, I'm handing you back these two exhibits. I'm going to have marked for identification the information I asked from the parties this morning. I've just handwritten on whose is who, so that can be marked as the next. I think it might be N for identification. The first 2 pages that I asked for from both of the parties.
Oh, you want them both to be in?
They can go together. It's my handwriting on the top as to whose is who. All right, do we need to discuss anything before we bring Mr. Mutlu in?
I have a few things that I would like to discuss. It could be after Mr. Mutlu, but there are a few things before the jury comes in that I would like to discuss about witnesses that I'm going to be doing directs of today.
All right, why don't we discuss that now?
Thank you. Could we see you at the side of the bench?
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much.
Oh, for the love of Lemmy. This is a fairly substantial sidebar. Again, I don't know if we are going to be getting into more substantial witnesses or substantive witnesses to sort of tie the state's case together. I'm not quite sure, but this is a fairly substantive sidebar. I don't believe so. I am getting a little confused
All right,
as
we can
to
have
what,
Mr. Mutlu.
what the 2 pages that she asked from both the Commonwealth and the defense. I mean, I have been assuming that they are jury instructions that are typically read after the closing statements, but I could be very wrong about that. And the judge hasn't gone further to clarify. And good morning, Snipe Hunter. Welcome, welcome, everybody. We are back here just seeing what's going to go on. Now, it seems like, because I was trying to keep up with chat when there was the big sidebar, it does seem like Mr. Mutlow, the man who celebrated New Year's Eve with Anna and Brian, the last person other than Brian to see Anna Walshe alive, he seems relatively nervous and possibly not going to be the best witness, but this is just voir dire, so let's get into this.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth will call Mr. Jem Mutlu.
Sure do hope that they give me an inkling as to how to spell that. Now we are at 1.25, so they...
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in cause now and hearing for the truth?
How the hell did Picard come? And when did Picard grow a beard? Or Sean Connery lose a lot of weight?
You can nothing but peace, so help you God.
Just step up just 1 second. Slide this chair underneath. You can have a seat. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Excellent, we can hear you. I'm just going to ask if you can keep that.
Holy shit, he's the evil guy from The Matrix. You know, the one that sits with all the computer screens? Look, I don't have the faintest, foggiest clue as to, after the first Matrix, I have not one clue as to what the hell the plot was actually supposed to be. So I do not understand who the architect was or how it matters, but it's the architect. Where is Keanu Reeves? I do not want to talk about freaking computerology. I'm against it.
That microphone reasonably close to you, sir. Can you please spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. It's officially spelled C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U. I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And can you state your name for us, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
And, sir, right now I'd like to just focus on asking you some questions about a conversation you had.
Gem? But he spells... This may... I hate spelling. Okay.
With Anna Walshe on December 29th of 2022. Why did you call her that day? Why did you two talk that day?
I called her to congratulate her on her closing.
And how long was the conversation?
I believe it was about 45 minutes.
And besides congratulating her on the closing, what else did the two of you talk about?
We caught up as friends. We talked about plans and also her life at the time, how she was feeling, and yeah, we caught up on a number of things.
Okay, so what did she tell you about her life at the time?
That what I got from it was that there were some issues, marital issues included, and yeah, and that I told her, I said, I don't want you to be too strong. Have you considered therapy? And she said yes.
Okay, what is your memory of what she said as far?
We're going to go to normal because I feel like his blink rate is off the chart. However, I mean, if you believe in bodyology, but however, I do have him sped up is, I mean, I feel bad for him. He looks like the most uncomfy person to ever uncomfy.
Are as marital issues. And not your feeling, but what you remember the conversation to be, sir.
Sure.
Holy shit, I joke about the Morse code thing, but I think this man might actually be sending out an SOS. Someone go rescue this man. He doesn't want... Someone get this man a Valium stat. He also knows things about Hillary Clinton. This man has never been more uncomfortable in his entire effing life. He would rather do confessional naked at the Vatican than be here right now.
Part of it was that she was going back and forth from DC, which was taking a toll on her, and the fact that that Brian had not been able to leave Massachusetts, so the children were here, and that was a huge burden on her psyche.
Sir, we already know. Look, you can go ahead and say that she was having an affair. You do not need to save this woman's honor right now. You kind of need to be honest, because that douche canoe in the sweater zip-up thing that mommy brought him is trying to get away with some shit. So how about you... Look, woman to woman, Anna's pretty, caught dead to rights about the whole affair thing. Let it go.
And that, there were other issues. I don't recall with precision as to what they were. I do recall clearly making a mental note to say, this is going to be a much longer conversation, face to face, together, and a conversation obviously we never had an opportunity to have.
Okay, so within that conversation, when she had discussions with you about marital issues, it was, I want to make sure that we've got this right. The difficulty of traveling, was that it, one of them, for work?
The fact that she was not seeing the children frequently.
All right, so that's more accurate, and I don't want to misstate what you're saying, sir.
That's correct.
Not seeing the children, and was also another part of it that Brian couldn't leave Massachusetts.
That's correct.
And I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir. I want to make sure that I'm getting your memory of the conversation. Is that what your memory of the conversation is?
Well, my memory of the conversation is that they had marital issues and that she was seeking counseling for all the difficulties in her life, including marital issues.
Okay.
And I encouraged her to do the same because she's a very strong person, and
Yes.
yet.
Tammy, they're actually doing a voir dire of this gentleman. His name is Jem, and he was the gentleman who went over to the Walshe house on New Year's Eve and was probably the last person to see Anna Walshe alive, other than Brian Walshe. And I guess they are trying to go over some of the communications that he and Anna had prior to him going over. Yes, we've either said Sean Connery or the architect from The Matrix.
I specifically remember telling her, I don't want you to be too strong.
Okay. And within the marital issues, did she say specifically what the marital issues were?
As much as I have joked about this gentleman, my heart does kind of break for him. I can understand the absolute internal emotional tug of war that has to be going on between, not wanting to speak or maybe dishonor his friend's memory by bringing up maybe some of the aspects of her life she wasn't too proud of. But, being forced to do this, and it could be possible that he doesn't remember. Honestly, if you ask my husband to remember a conversation we had 3 days ago, it's likely neither of us remember it. But I do feel bad for this gentleman, as much as I've joked about his blink rate and everything. It could be that he doesn't remember because, just days later, his friend went missing and, he has racked his brain over and over again to see, did I see any signs? Was there something I could have done? He could be holding an incredible amount of survivor's guilt or anything like that. He does have a Hemingway look.
I don't recall going into detail during that conversation. There was another conversation we had in the summer. I remember that the parts of that conversation, that was almost a 2-hour long conversation. I was in Puerto Rico at the time, and she and I had a lengthy conversation. At that time, she said that that Brian's art fraud case was taking its toll, that attorney fees were piling up, and that there was a lot of strain financially, a lot of difficulty, and yeah.
Okay, but more to the point of December 29th, I'm going to ask you again.
Yeah.
Did she say anything in the December 29th conversation with you about Brian not being able to leave Massachusetts?
I don't recall with precision. I recall the feeling of it. I do not recall with precision as to whether those words in particular were spoken.
Certainly. And do you have...
And I do like the way he's answering because I think it's very genuine. I think he's trying to tell the truth. And I appreciate this. I would much rather, okay, I am playing, cosplay juror. I would much rather have a witness behave like this and say, I wanted to, in the spirit of telling the whole truth, I feel like we said it, but I don't remember the exact words. And I'd rather a witness be honest like this than, I can't recall or something like that. It's Obi-Wan Kenobi. Now, just to get you guys up to speed, this is voir dire, and this is happening outside of the jury's presence. So there might be times when the judge will ask questions as well for clarification. The defense is going to get a chance to ask him questions, and depending on his answers, the judge will probably then make a ruling about what's allowed to be asked as far as certain subjects and what, can only be asked if certain things are, certain doors are opened.
Any memory of when she discussed marital problems with you on December 29th, any issues of not seeing the children, of her stating that?
Again, I do not recall with precision what words were spoken.
Okay.
That was the gist of a lot of her problems.
Okay. So when you say that's the gist, is that the gist from the December 29th conversation, or is that your understanding of her overall problems?
I believe it's both.
Okay. All right. So now I want to ask you about New Year's Eve. On New Year's Eve, did you see Anna texting at all?
I did.
And from what you know of New Year's Eve, not from what people told you afterwards, do you know who she was texting to?
Yeah. That I recall, I believe she was texting Abdullah. I believe she was texting Will Fasto. And I believe she may have been texting Emily, a mutual friend, and other people were texting her. It was New Year's Eve, so there was a lot of back and forth texting. Yeah.
And how do you know this from New Year's Eve? What did you experience, see, or what did you experience on New Year's Eve that lets you know this?
I was sitting right next to her at the kitchen table.
And did she ever say...
JKD Puck, this is hilarious. Daggone it, I didn't tell you to unpause. But there, I love it. I love it. It makes perfect sense. Look, he is supposed to be taking care of Luke Skywalker. This makes total sense. He has been full of Tatooine drama. He doesn't remember Anna Walsh. It's not his fault. He has been dealing with, oh gosh, what are the names? The Sand People. He's been dealing with them. He's been, keeping Luke Skywalker on the hydration farm. It's been a lot, dealing with the fact that, Anakin turned bad after getting, kind of seduced by an old woman. It's been a rough old life for Obi-Wan.
Hey, now, did you ever
Kitchen
take...
counter.
Kitchen counter.
Yeah.
Did you ever...
Stools on the counter there?
Yes, there were stools on the counter.
And were you and Anna seated on
On the same side, on the
Okay.
same side. I was seated here and she was to my left,
directly side by side?
directly side by side.
Did she ever show you her phone that night? When she was sitting with you there?
She had her phone with her. She took a picture of us that night. Yeah.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. With the picture, do you remember who she sent it to that night? And this is what I'm really going to focus you, sir, is that night, not what people told you afterwards. Do you have a memory of who she may have sent the picture you took with her that night?
I believe that she said, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto.
And, sir...
Out loud, she said that?
I believe so. I believe she said that to me that night. Let's take a picture out loud. Yes, let's take a picture and send it to Will Fasto. Again, I do not remember it with precision, but I do remember the picture being taken. Yeah.
And sir, is it fair to say that along the lines of that statement, you told that to me yesterday at lunch? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Had you told me that before?
He just told this yesterday at lunch. I'm not liking that.
To your memory?
I do not recall.
Okay. And on New Year's Eve, did you have any conversations with Anna about marital problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with Brian about marital problems?
No.
And I think that covers the subject matter of the voir dire. So I have no further questions at this point in time.
Good
Thank you.
morning. You had just mentioned a conversation that you had with Ms. Walsh on the 29th of December.
Yes.
If I could just have you lean into that mic so we can hear you.
Sure.
And during that conversation, you told us that she mentioned, I think it was difficult to be away from her kids.
I believe so, yes.
And I think you said at one point that it was difficult to travel back and forth.
I believe so. I mean, those are things that I knew about her anyway. We're very close friends.
Well, let me just stop you. When you say those were things you knew about her anyway,
Yes.
what we're trying to do is focus you on things that she told you herself during that conversation. So as you sit here right
I want to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's trying to do that. He's just, unfortunately, lawyer people are very pedantic people. Since he's not being exceptionally precise with his language, and lawyers kind of thrive on exceptionally precise language, he should have said, this was an ongoing problem that we had touched upon in a previous conversation, and I remember her touching upon it in this conversation, but not her exact phraseology.
now, do you have a memory of specifically what she told you herself on that 12:29 phone call?
I do not remember everything that was said during a 45-minute conversation with Anna that night.
So let me just jump in here for a second. You
Daggone it, JKD Buck. This might be my favorite gag from SNL. It might be the reason I love Norm Macdonald so very much. Look, if you are having a bad day, if at the end of this trial, the defense has made you want to run away and join the circus, I recommend you watch any of the SNL with Turd Ferguson in it. It will make your day. It is one of my go-tos when I'm feeling terrible. And, I'm just saying, thank you for reminding me of Turd Ferguson and Suck It, Trebek. I scared my mom to the point that I had to go to therapy. Yeah, Mom, skeletons in the closet, but not for anything bad. I had a big crush on Alex Trebek at like 13. So of course my mom was terrified that I had some weird like gilf fantasy thing or dad issues. Which I didn't. No, I was just really attracted to him being smart and having all the answers. And the therapist was like, no, she just likes smart people. It's not a problem, except for the fact that her generation, males are mature and gain intelligence in reverse dog years. So, yeah, she might marry someone that's a bit older. Gone too soon. It's like the Reaper never remembers that Kevin Spacey's here, allegedly in Minecraft.
Had a conversation with Anna Walsh on December 29th, 2022.
I did.
And you remember the conversation was about 45 minutes long.
That's correct.
So what I want you to distinguish between, sir, is you don't have to remember the exact words that she used these years later, but you have to have a memory that she actually said.
I actually love this judge. Again, she's bridging that divide because I think that the lawyers are getting frustrated and she's breaking it down in a way he can understand. So I do love this judge. I love that she's, stepping in and bridging that divide and maybe putting the witness more at ease because he could be very, very terrified that, I don't remember this clearly. I don't want to lie. So maybe this will help him relax and understand that he doesn't have to say the exact words. No one's looking for a verbatim sort of eidetic recitation of what happened, but you do need to make clear that it happened in this conversation. Now, hopefully, going forward, this will work.
What you're discussing, as opposed to this feeling, this gist. Do you have a memory that she, even if you don't remember the exact words, that she did discuss with you, for instance, what counsel just said, this idea of being troubled by not seeing the children?
So, again, shortly after, I discussed, I explained over a 2.5 hour statement to Detective Harrison what I remembered because it was all fresh. And that testimony you do have. Okay. What I do not remember.
I assume you reviewed that in connection with your testimony here today?
I'm sorry?
Have you reviewed your prior statements to the police?
I have not. Right. No, I have not.
What the hell, state? Generally, it is a standard procedure for the state to reach out to their witnesses. Some might think their star witness and possibly could be a good idea to maybe, have a little chit chat about, hey, this happened, a couple years ago. You've slept since then. And if you're like me, you can't even remember if you're wearing your glasses or not when you're wearing them. So how about we have a little chat about what you remember that night when you first remembered it? Oh, for the love of Cheetos.
I have not. So it's been 3 years, and that's why some of the very words that were spoken, I do not remember. I do remember very specifically having made a mental note to say, she has told me that there are marital issues, that she is seeking counseling, that it's been hard on her, and that this gets to be a much longer conversation. So I made that note, and I was going to reach out to her after the New Year's Eve event to schedule a time in person to speak about those issues.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
You used the term marital issues. When you first started talking to us this morning, you stated what I got from the conversation. And you had told us that, you were close with Anna, right?
Yes, very close.
So when you say that you got from her, was it just your feeling that during this conversation that she was having marital issues, or she specifically said the words marital issues?
I do not recall her using the words marital issues. I recall her talking about problems with Brian.
And when you say problems with Brian, the two that you have specified were being away from the children and going back and forth from work.
I'll take a minute to try and remember if there was anything else that was that I can remember right now.
Well, and you previously testified today that Brian not being able to come to DC.
So the feeling that you got was that she was having marital issues, but it wasn't a statement that she said to you.
No, it was, she did mention problems. She did mention issues. I just don't recall her using the words marital issues.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can step down, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, in voir dire, they can, the judge can intercede or interdict. She can ask her own questions to clarify because she's going to be using the information gathered here to make, a ruling on probably certain motions in limine. Probably the defense is, wanting to keep all of the December 29th conversation out because he doesn't have a clear memory of it. It's almost like the state could have given him a transcript of his 2-hour interrogation, but that would be,
Would you like us to be heard at sidebar? I'm happy to say, Your Honor, I think that.
Hold on. Now you may speak.
Thank you. I apologize.
All right.
I don't have eyes back here. So.
You are unmuted.
Witness stated she told me there are marital issues, and then when asked about the term marital issues, he stated that there were problems in the marriage, being away from the children and traveling back and forth from work. I would suggest that those come from that conversation, and that is absent of a feeling or a gist and would be admissible. And I would ask, and I would actually even lead on that just to make sure that we're going to the right portion. And I'm not misstating what he said.
Well, I'll hear from the...
Ronan, voir dire and can be done on some certain witnesses, again, to try to figure out what they're going to say prior to or how they're going to answer in relation to a motion in limine. My guess is the defense had a motion in limine prior to the trial saying, hey, maybe they've caught wind that he's changed his story a bit. It does sound like maybe he has changed his story due to things that he's heard in the past, or there have been issues with that with some stories, which is why they made a point to bring it out and ask him over and over, is this something you remember or something that you were told? I'm not quite sure the origin of those questions, but it does seem that, you can basically, for just a regular witness, again, if there were some things that both sides wanted to argue out, you can voir dire them. And it looks like, the defense is going to argue, and I hate being on the defense's side, but absent him going back and looking at his 2-hour transcript and refreshing himself on that prior to being a witness, I don't know what this witness is going to add unless he has time to go over, what he said when it was fresh. It's clear that it's not a memory he likes to think about. And it might be that he doesn't like to think about it clearly. And unfortunately, he needs to reread the transcript to really remember.
The defense, both with regard to the initial argument and also what's your position if I do what's your position with regard to leading?
I would object I don't think it's appropriate or necessary. He's a grown man. If there's an objection, I will make it. I don't think this is appropriate to lead this particular witness where they want him to go. With respect to the testimony, I don't think he should be able to use the term marital issue or marital problems. He was consistently pressed about what Anna told him. It's clear that this was his feeling, his characterization of that conversation. The purpose of this hearsay exception is to admit specific statements of a witness to show state of mind or motive. It is not a chance for this witness to pontificate about his feelings and responses to that witness. So I think he
So also, the state is trying to bring this in to give a present tense impression of how Anna was feeling about the marriage with Brian that evening. And the defense is arguing that, he's saying he got a general idea. Again, state, for the love of God, I hope some intern is giving this man his transcript or like an audio file that he can fast forward through, because daggone.
should be limited to just what she said. And I would object if he starts talking about marital problems or marital issues, because I believe that was his characterization.
All right. So, as I said to him, he doesn't have to remember the exact words that she used. What he needs to remember is that she actually said it to him. It seems to me there are at least 3 things that he recalls her saying to him, maybe not the exact words, but they, as you just went through, that the back and forth was taking a toll on her, not seeing the children. I don't know if you put those 2 as one. That Brian hadn't been able to leave Massachusetts, and that was a huge burden on her psyche, I think is what he said. I think those are fair statements that he can bring in. I don't think he's had the benefit now of this voir dire in which he's gotten a little bit of legal instruction. I don't know how it's going to play out real time with regard to that word marital problem, marital issues. But I suspect we'll take that as it comes. He may stay away from that just because he's just been cautioned and just been sort of made aware of the distinction of that he doesn't recall her using those words. So I suspect he won't bring that out. If he does, we'll either clarify it by saying, do you have any memory of her actually using those words? And I will entertain a motion to strike. But I think the general gist of he remembers enough of that conversation that some of it's going to come in, the 3 parts that I have indicated. Because it came up, I'd rather get out in front of this issue than being in the backside of it. Is the Commonwealth intending to bring up during his examination the Puerto Rico conversation?
No, Your Honor, that is the first I heard of it. I wouldn't do that.
All right. And then the other information that he provided, I guess, to the Commonwealth yesterday. That Anna said, let's take a picture.
Yeah, this is the part that I think is going to be a more ticky-tacky thing. And with him, again, kind of staking his claim that he doesn't remember clear things, and then to go into, I now remember Anna saying, hey, we need to take a picture for Will. It's a little odd.
Picture and send it to Will Fasto. I assume the defendant isn't objecting to that.
We're not, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else we need to cross?
No, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you.
What time is it? Oh, they're already here. It's great. We can bring them in and then we'll get to it.
Your Honor, could I just have that break to talk to the witness?
You may. I'm just going to stay on the bench and take some notes.
I
But
will be
you
right back.
can go do that.
Thank you very much.
I think they're getting him the transcript.
Your Honor, if I may step out for a moment as well.
You may.
Thank you.
This judge is so on top of it. Oh my goodness, everyone has the same water bottle. They're not allowed to, they're allowed to give him his transcript, or I believe so, if they've talked to the defense. Now, on stand, they are allowed to say, hey, would it refresh your memory if you look at your transcript of your interview when you talked about this? Yeah, he does look extra greasy today, which is a feat for him.
Harry. All persons have anything to do for the Honorable Judge Frenier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, leave attendance, and you shall be heard by the Commonwealth. May be seated. Court is in session.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Jurors, welcome back to the courtroom. We'll start today, as we do every day, with our conversation about the rules. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? And were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Yes. And were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media or go on any news media? Yes. And you all still have open minds? Yes. With those 4 questions, for the record, I'll answer in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. I'll let my colleagues next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Jem Mutlu.
Now, I have kicked us back up to
Do you solemnly swear or
1.25.
affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
This way, sir. Take your time, just watch your step. Sharon, you have a seat.
Thank you.
Pull that chair a little tighter. Keep your voice up when you speak. Thank
Sure,
you.
thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for the record?
Sure, it's C-E-M, last name M-U-T-L-U.
Wait, C-E-M? What in the name of atrocity against spelling for people that suck at spelling? I'm never going to guess a C. I was guessing a G. Chem? I kept thinking they were saying gem. You know what? I changed my mind. I like gem better than chem. Chem is pissing me off.
I also spell it with a G, G-E-M.
And could you tell us your name, sir?
Jem Mutlu.
Sir, what do you do for work?
I'm a realtor,
How long have you been a realtor?
about 25 years.
And what geographic area do you sell?
Boston, suburbs, and eastern Massachusetts.
Commercial or residential?
Residential.
And, sir, are you familiar with Brian Walsh?
I am.
Can you tell us how you're familiar with Brian Walsh?
We met at a leadership program back in 2020.
Can you tell us the name of the leadership program?
Boston Breakthrough Academy.
And so, how long did the program go on for?
It was the length of a semester, practically. Started at the beginning of the year and ended about the summer.
And so you met Mr. Walsh at this leadership program. What was your relationship with him during this program?
In the program, there was a buddy system. Everyone partnered with someone, and Brian asked to be my
Oh, hell, you had to be Brian's sobriety partner? Oh. You know what? I'd be solo. I'd be like, you know what? I'm a learn leadership by myself. I don't need a Brian's-shaped albatross around my neck. Thank you.
partner, and that's how we got to know each other.
And so did you maintain a relationship with him after the leadership program?
Yes, I did.
Now, are you familiar with Brian's wife, Anna Walsh?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with Anna?
I met her through Ryan. She came to one of the graduations, and then I was introduced and knew about her interest in real estate. We had a mutual friend, so it was inevitable that we would meet.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can pull that microphone closer to you. I think that'll help out.
Sure.
Okay, much better, sir. So, sir, did Anna Walsh ever work for you?
Yes, she did.
When did you hire Anna Walsh to start working for you?
It was the summer of 2020.
And what was her role for you?
She was our director of operations for my team.
And your team, how large was your team at this point in time?
When she started, there were a few of us, but eventually we had 3 operators and I believe 5 or 6 agents and part-time marketing directors, et cetera.
And how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
We became very
Medium
close
well?
as friends.
And when did she stop working for you?
It was the spring of 2022.
Why did she stop working for you?
In the fall of 2021, she told me that she was offered a stellar job opportunity in DC. And she asked for my blessings for it.
Now, sir, when the two of you work together, how often?
What the hell is going on here? This is the gentleman that was the last person to see Anna Walsh alive other than Brian Walsh. He was there in the house on New Year's Eve and probably left around 12:30, 1:15 between in there. And he was the last person to see Anna alive.
Would the two of you communicate?
Practically every day, multiple times a day.
And after she stopped working for you, how often would you communicate?
Not as frequently.
What was your relationship like with her family?
Brian and her children,
Yes, sir.
I saw them as my own.
Now, did you ever have, or your team is probably the better way to put this, did your team ever have the opportunity to sell any properties for Anna Walsh?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell us what properties your team sold for Anna Walsh?
We sold a property in Marblehead where they were living when I met them. And then we moved them to a property in Cohasset, and then we sold that property as well for them.
Were there any investment properties that your team was able to sell for Anna Walsh?
Yes,
Where was that property?
in Revere.
And do you remember when that sale occurred?
Well, that sale would have closed on December 29th or just a day or so before because I called her on the 29th, a couple of days before New Year's to congratulate her.
So I'm going to ask you some questions about December 29th now, sir.
Yes.
When you called her, how long do you think that call was?
It was about 45 minutes.
And why did you call her?
I called to congratulate her on the closing. And I found out that she was going to reinvest that property,
And when you say reinvest that property,
or rather reinvest the proceeds from the sale of the property.
and sir, are you familiar with what's called a 1031 exchange?
I am.
Could you just tell us what a 1031 exchange is?
Sure. It's a federal like-kind tax-deferred exchange program where after a specific closing, a buyer,
I'm going to interrupt you because of the noise outside.
sure,
And then once that passes,
of course,
it's kind of tough to compete with that.
of course.
All right. Now, sir, I think that that's passed. You said that there's a certain period of time for this exchange. Can you tell us again?
Correct. Typically, buyers have 45 days to declare 1, 2, or 3 properties. It has to be of equal or greater value, and they would have 6 months, 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of those properties to equal, again, or be greater than the value of the proceeds of the sale.
And so your understanding at this point in time was that Anna Walsh was going to use these funds for a 1031 exchange.
That's correct. I was happy for her that she would actually reinvest and that her, that she would grow financially.
Now, during this conversation, what plans were made for New Year's Eve?
She specifically told me, she said, I know you. You're not going to go anywhere for New Year's Eve. You're just going to stay at home. Please, please come and spend New Year's with us.
Did you agree to?
I did.
Now, during the conversation, what did she tell you? Well, let me ask you this. When you had this conversation,
Okay, this might be something that he does to soothe himself, or maybe he's having like nervous yawns. But this is it's very awkward. Again, maybe he can't control it.
did she have
But
any
it's
problems?
also the tongue clicking.
Yes.
What did she tell you about these problems?
She had,
So let me, jurors, give you a little midstream instruction with regard to the expected testimony. expect now that Mr. Mutlu is going to provide some testimony regarding statements that were made by Anna Walsh during this conversation on December 29th of 2022. The statements made by Anna Walsh are being admitted only for the limited purpose of establishing her state of mind, cannot be considered as proof of the criminal acts charged. You may proceed.
Thank you. So, sir, what did she tell you as far as problems she was having in this conversation on December 29th?
While I don't remember the specific words that were spoken after 3 years,
Yes, sir.
I will tell you that she did say that at the time that they were having marital problems.
Objection, Your Honor. Characterization.
All right, I'll strike the characterization. Why don't you approach it a different way?
I will. What did she tell you as far as traveling back and forth?
That it was taking a toll on her, that she wasn't, that obviously as a mother, not seeing her children.
Your Honor, objection, move to strike. May we be seen at sidebar?
You may be.
Oh, this poor guy, he was trying to be as good as he can, and now he's probably like, well, crap, look, I'm trying to do my best here. He was like, the judge done told me I didn't have to member all the words, okay? And he was like, I don't member all the words. The Commonwealth definitely dropped the ball with this, especially not going over his transcript, not having a conversation as to what, he remembered prior to looking at his transcript, and then if he agreed with what the transcript said after he reviewed it. Considering this is the last person, besides Brian that saw Anna alive, you would think that they would have taken more care. And they have shown a really good attention to detail, being on top of things. So I am a little shocked that this went kind of so sideways. I think they might have.
Again, I don't recall specifically the words that were spoken.
Okay.
I do not recall exactly every single word that was spoken during that conversation.
Understood. It's been 3 years, sir.
It has.
Okay.
I did give Detective Harrison.
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike.
All right, we'll strike that last portion.
It's okay. And
Oh,
sir,
another
again,
question.
Sure,
Thank you.
I understand.
Now, sir, moving past December 29th. Okay. When was the next time you got to see Anna Walsh?
On December 31st,
Where did you get to see Anna Walsh?
at their rental house in Cohasset.
Okay. So that night when you went to the rental house, did you bring anything with you?
I did.
What did you bring with you?
I brought fruit and chocolate for the children, and yeah,
And about what time do you think you got to their home that night?
about 8:30.
Was anyone with you when you went to the home?
Yes. I mean, not with me, no. There were people in the home.
Well, we're going to get to that. So, but with you, there was no one else with you in your car.
There was no one else with me, no.
Okay. And so tell us what happened when you got there at the Walsh house.
Anna came running out of the house to greet me. Yeah, that's what happened.
And when she greeted you, where'd you go, sir?
Excuse me.
Where did you go? When she greeted you, where were you when she greeted you?
I was still pulling up into the driveway. She came running out of the house with no coat on. It was freezing.
And what happened when she greeted you?
What is it?
What happened when she greeted you? What did she do?
I'm sorry, couldn't
What
hear.
did she do, sir?
What did she do? Well, I opened the door. We hugged each other, and then she ushered me in.
Now, when you got inside, who was home?
Brian was there.
And where were the children at this point in time?
I was told they were sleeping.
And so when you got inside, where did the three of you kind of socialize or congregate?
Sure, it was in the kitchen countertops. There was a large island.
And Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3? Sir, can you see that screen? Showing, for the record,
Yes.
Exhibit 3 is on the screen. You were nodding your head. Can you see it?
I can see it.
All right. Is that where the three of you socialized that night?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, What was Anna Walsh's demeanor that night when you were in their kitchen?
Festive. Very happy to see me, and yeah,
And I apologize, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
that's it.
What was Brian Walsh's demeanor like while the three of you were together?
He seemed fine. He seemed happy.
And so when we were looking at Exhibit 3, where were you seated as far as being around in the kitchen?
Anna and I were seated on the stools
Okay.
at the kitchen, and Brian was on the other side preparing the meal and serving us drinks and food.
Okay. Now, that night, did anyone join the three of you?
Yes,
Who joined the three of you?
their oldest son.
And
Yeah.
what happened when he joined the three of you?
Oh, someone get him a tissue. Come on, Judge. Give him a...
He ran to me, and he said, "Jem, I haven't seen you in a while. I miss you." And he hugged me.
Now, did you take any photos with the oldest child that night?
Yes, Anna took a photo.
And that night, Anna took the photo. What did she use to take the photo?
I believe it was her cell phone that she used.
And so that night with her cell phone, could you see her doing anything with her cell phone?
She was texting folks.
And do you know who she was texting?
Well, I do know that she had either received a text message or was texting back with Abdullah. And I believe she said, "Let's take a photo for Will and send it to Will Festo." And I believe she was texting with Emily, and it would have been maybe a bunch of other friends, yeah, who were texting her. It was New Year's Eve. A lot of messages back and forth.
How long was their oldest child with you that night?
I'm going to say a half hour, maybe a little more.
And that night, what did the three of you have to drink?
Mostly wine and champagne. I don't recall having had hard liquor.
And did you do anything with the champagne box that night?
Yes,
What did the three of you do with the champagne box?
we all signed it.
Your Honor, we have previously marked as exhibits 257, 258, 259, pictures of the champagne box. Almost seems public.
You may.
Ms. Gilman, could we have...
So the previously marked exhibits 257, 58, and 59 are identified.
Of all the times they aren't, zooming in on Brian's dumb face, I would really like to see his reaction to this gentleman being very emotional, because I've noticed he's only got emotional a couple of times, not really in relation to, it seems like, missing his wife, more like, holy crap, this evidence is terrible. So I would like to see how he reacts when someone who genuinely loved his wife on stand is grieving her loss. Because I don't think he had that depth of feeling for Anna, and I think it would be noticeable. But that's more like human science stuff.
For the record now as three photos. 257 is the side of the bottle that Anna Walsh signed. 258 is the side of the box that Brian Walsh signed. 259 is the side of the box that Mr. Mutlu signed. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman, can we have file number SLD 7221, which has now been marked as exhibit 257? Mr. Mutlu, is this the box the three of you signed?
Yes,
And are you able to read the writing on the box in exhibit 257?
yes,
Could you read it out loud for us, sir?
sure. Wow, 2022, what a year. And yet we are still here, and together, let's make 2023 the best one yet. We are the authors of our lives. Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, and joy. Love, Anna.
Ms. Gilman, can we now have exhibit 258, which is file number 7222? Sir, does this look like the side that Brian signed?
Yes,
Could you read in this portion if it's possible?
yes. Jem, Anna, Brian, New Year's Eve 2023, to the best triumvirate ever. love Brian, and then to date, December 31st, 2022.
And finally, Ms. Gilman, could we have file number 7224, which has now been admitted as Exhibit 259? Sir, do you recognize this side of the box?
Yes, it's my handwriting.
And can you read what you wrote on the box?
Yes. No place I'd rather be but here, New Year's Eve, 2022. John.
That night, did the oldest child give you anything?
Yes, he did.
What did he give you?
He gave me a necklace.
Now, that night, did you see any injuries on Anna?
Holy God, even a method act. Look, even Kristen Stewart and Zendaya, who have one facial expression, I swear to God. Also, Pedro Pascal, I'm putting you there too. At least they can pretend, with their resting constipation face to squeeze out tears. Dear God, Brian, could one of his defense give him a Vicks, nose thing? Could he at least pretend he's crying? Yeah, he was like a surrogate grandfather to these kids. He gave, Anna a good job, was very entwined with their lives. And Brian's apparently doing Sudoku in his head.
Nope.
Do you have any concerns about her health?
Physical health?
Yes.
No.
And that night, do you remember what Brian Walshe told you he had for income that year in 2022?
Yes. The gist of it was that it was $50,000 or $60,000 that I remember.
And that night, did he tell you about Anna's compensation that she now had at Tishman Speyer?
Yes, and I believe he said that it was $240,000 plus with bonus it would add up to roughly $300,000.
What problems did you see between the two of them that night?
None. Nothing that was visible. It was a festive night.
And that night, what did Mr. Walsh tell you about his cell phone?
At some point, he said that he had misplaced his phone, and I remember this vividly, that he said that it actually felt refreshing to be away from the phone for a little while.
Did he tell you what time he normally goes to bed?
Yes, because I asked him, because it was getting late, and I didn't want to overstay my welcome. And I believe he said around 9:30, because they were waking up early for the kids.
And so after hearing this, what did you decide to do?
I said, I better go.
About what time was it when you left the home that night?
I'm going to say it was probably around 1:30. And I don't recall with precision, but it was probably around that time.
And now, when you left, did you go right home?
No, I actually stopped at a big shopping mall nearby because I wanted to pick the music home, and I did not want to be driving and picking the music home that night. So I stopped there, and there was, to my recollection, there was nobody else there. Lots of lights around. Yeah.
Before you left that evening, was there any conversation about a work emergency for Anna?
No.
Now, when was it the next time you tried to contact Brian or Anna?
It was the following day.
And how did you try to contact them?
I sent them a text message.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what's been marked as Exhibit 166? Sir, showing you what's been marked as 166, do you see the blue bubble where it says, I love my necklace?
I do.
Was that your text to Brian Walsh?
Yes, I believe I had sent it to both of them, both Brian and Anna.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll all the way up to the top of that document?
Yeah.
So, sir, you see where it says participants?
Yeah.
And so do you believe you sent it to those two other people?
To both Brian and Anna, yes.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down to the top of page 2? Now, I'm sorry, can you scroll down to the top of page 3? There we go. Sir, showing you the top of page 3 from Exhibit 166, there's a green bubble. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And do you see it says, Thomas just found my phone?
I do.
Before January 2nd, Had you had any conversations with Brian Walsh via cell phone?
Before January
2nd?
2nd.
Yes.
Any conversations?
Calls.
No.
And if we could close out of that, Ms. Gilman. Now, when is the next time you spoke to Brian Walsh on the phone?
It was a Wednesday morning.
And what happened Wednesday morning?
It was mid-morning. I remember being on the beach in Nahant and taking a walk, and I received a call from Brian, and he said, "Have you heard from Anna?"
What did you say?
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, Anna's been missing." And I said, "How could she be missing?" And he said that she left that morning after I had left. She left a few hours later. I think he said around 6:30, that she got in an Uber and left.
And did he say why she left?
Yes, he said that she had a work emergency.
Now, hearing this, did you ask him anything about that?
I did.
What did you ask him?
I said, I was incredulous. I said, what work emergency could there have been on New Year's Eve that, was commercial property? What could it be? I said, listen, did you guys have an argument or something? Did you have a fight?
And what was his response to that statement, sir?
I find that incredibly interesting that this gentleman with sort of a background, while he has a background in residential, realty, I'm sure that, commercial real estate, he's going to know a bit about the ins and outs. So the fact that Brian picked the most ridiculous story and then got called on it immediately by someone who knows something.
His response was, I do remember this vividly as well. His response was, no, did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
And what did you say to that?
I didn't know what to make of it. I was in shock. So, I said, you've got to call the police, and we've got to alert everybody. We've got to let our community know, and we've got to find her.
Now, what was his tone or like in this conversation? His demeanor?
I remember the tone to be way more even-keeled or way more toned down for somebody who's
I move to strike.
All right, not a characterization, but what do you remember of his tone during that call?
his tone was not panicked.
Now, after that call, how often were you speaking to him over the phone the next few days?
We would have spoken a few times. We actually had some group calls with the community, a lot of friends from the leadership program that we had gotten to know well and love.
And,
yeah.
Sir, did you have any text conversations with him as well?
I do not recall.
Okay. Now, sir, since you left the home on New Year's Day of 2023, have you seen Anna Walsh?
No,
Have you heard from her?
no.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I am glad that they are letting the female attorney, Kelly Porges, do the cross with him. It's a good idea. I think if the jury didn't already dislike the defense, having Old Man River yell and, have his show his butt with this witness would be the final nail in their already shambolic case. So I am glad that they're letting her go through this with him.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the Boston Breakthrough Academy you've spoken about.
Sure.
You said that it was a semester, like about a semester long.
Mm-hmm.
And this Breakthrough Academy, was this for professionals? Was it for anyone?
It was for anyone. It was the premise was to become better human beings, and improve on emotional intelligence. And so it was set up in 3 parts: discovery, breakthrough, and leadership. And leadership was by invitation.
Okay. And you had taken this, I think, did you start in January of 2020?
Yeah,
And Mr. Walsh was in the group with you.
that's correct.
And Anna Walsh had taken this very same program the semester before.
The semester before, correct.
You told us that during this program, Mr. Walsh was your buddy.
That's correct.
And when you say buddy, is this something that the program kind of establishes where they match you up?
That is correct.
Okay. And you had told you that Mr. Walsh sought you out.
That's correct.
And he sought you out because his wife was like, hey, this guy, Jem, this is who you should buddy with.
Objection.
Overruled.
I was just saying that when Mr. Walsh came up to you that day, it was because Anna said, hey, Jem, go, I want you to buddy with Jem.
That's what she told me afterwards.
And at that point, you hadn't met Mr. Walsh before.
Oh, I had. We were in the same program. We were in the same class.
Oh.
The buddy system is introduced during the class after maybe hours or days or thereabouts.
Would you say it's a cult? Have you given them your W-2? Do they know how much you're supposed to be tithing to this leadership group? Also, hashtag RSVP me no to any group that requires me to buddy up. Also, if you're doing leadership, I mean, anywho, yeah, no forced buddyships in my cult.
I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, but we had interactions. People spoke at times, and yeah,
Okay.
we were in the same room.
Okay, let me take a step back. You hadn't met his wife at that point.
I had not met Anna at that time. No,
And when you were in this group in January of 2020, you had been in real estate for quite some time.
that's correct.
And you told us that that's something that Anna was interested in.
I found out later that she was, yes.
And Mr. Walsh also was interested in investing property.
We talked about investments mostly with Anna.
Okay, when you said we, you meant Mr. Walsh. and
No,
your-
Anna and I talked about investments mostly with her. She mostly about property investments came from her rather than from Brian.
And she was the one that told Brian to buddy up with you, a realtor, at this program.
That's correct, but that wasn't related to investments.
Okay.
Yeah,
You told us a little bit already, but at some point you did meet Anna.
I did.
And you met Anna through Mr. Walsh from being in that group with him.
That's correct.
Okay. And
Welcome, Broken Baker Raiders. We are on the defense cross of Jem Maludo, who was the last person in the Walsh home on New Year's Eve. So he was the last person other than Brian to see Anna on that evening. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the Commonwealth let him look at his transcript prior to getting him on the stand. He did have a voir dire prior to getting on the stand this morning. And it doesn't seem like the Commonwealth actually reached out to him and gave him a transcript of the 2-hour-long interview he had very fresh after I believe Brian was either arrested or when the search was very fresh. So it was a uncharacteristic misstep for a Commonwealth case that's actually been pretty good.
your experience with Brian in the group was that you became friends with him during that process. And this is someone that you respected as a colleague.
A colleague?
Mm-hmm.
In what manner? Brian was not a colleague of mine.
Well, you became friends with him.
That's correct.
And during this program, to you, he was an impactful person.
He's
During the
the person I want to
program?
impact.
And thereafter?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, absolutely.
And when you say impactful person, can you tell us what you mean by that?
Well, first of all, we got very close during the program. I got to meet his family and Anna, the children, and we got close. We were very good friends. We became very good friends.
Okay. I guess what I don't understand is when you say someone's impactful, does that mean they're a kind person, a powerful person, a loving person?
That they look out for you.
Objection.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
I know what I'd like to do to Brian, but I don't think that impactful is, legal in many states. Allegedly in Minecraft. There have been a lot of sidebars today. We started out with 2 very long sidebars in the time period that we normally have for, this judge is very good at being on top of kind of the tasks or witnesses that are going to be called throughout the day, and having the lawyers discuss any sort of motions in limine or anything they want to discuss that will make the day run faster, which is why it is shocking that the Commonwealth didn't, seem to discuss anything with this witness, give him a transcript. In the normal course of trials, typically when you call a witness, you do talk to them about what they are generally going to say on the stand, ask them if they're still, continuing to stick with this story. If not, why?
I just want to return to your impressions of Mr. Walsh when you got to know him through that leadership program. You had told us that he became a good friend.
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you tell us more about your experience with him in that program where you had described him as an impactful person?
Sure. It was clear that he was making an effort to show up, and it was the time of COVID, and we all had to pick, collectively, we had to pick as part of the program, a community service project, and Brian pushed hard for us to select everyone chipped in and made a case for different organizations, and this was a nonprofit organization out of Brookline called Loving Spoonfuls, and we ended up raising, well, I think $80-some thousand, and Brian somehow also.
And she was, in fact, his boss, or he was her boss for a while. He had made her a regional manager or coordinator of sorts, and she left him to go work in Tishman Speyer. She basically was given an immense pay rise at Tishman Speyer. This is low-key a destroyer and eater of wigs, but he has realized that I have turned the heater on my Barca lounger, and he's like, I'll be sitting here. It's too cold.
So was able to, I believe, match those funds. So it ended up becoming $160,000, $170,000 that I recall. And we were told that hundreds of thousands of people were fed as a result. And he was the top fundraiser.
At some point, you had told us that you did meet Brian's wife, Anna.
That's correct.
Where did you first meet her?
I recall having seen her at one of the graduations, mini graduations. It was, again, Discovery Breakthrough. I can't recall which one, but I was hearing about her because we had a mutual friend.
And as you got to know her more, I assumed that the three of you would have dinners together, meet for drinks. Tell me a little bit about how your relationship with all three of them would progress.
The three of us, meaning Anna, Brian, and myself?
Yes.
Well, initially, again, when after Anna started working for me, I remember spending at least one other New Year's with them in those 3 years. So that would have been 2 New Years spent in 3 years with them. And we've met at their house, Marblehead and Cohasset, and we've socialized in many other ways. But Anna and I spoke practically every day. When she worked for me, she would sometimes come to my house in the South End and bring pastries, and we would strategize and talk. And we also had a team. We would meet with other team members, and sometimes, again, we were very close.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think you described, Brian's family as, I think the words you used were you saw them as your own.
I did.
Okay. You had told us just now a time where you were living in the South End.
I was.
And at this time when Anna started working for you, were you married, unmarried?
Unmarried.
And you had told us that Anna, you were talking every day, right?
That's correct.
And you were talking at night and on the weekends as well?
As the job required, or as our friendship.
And Anna
required.
would come to your home and bring food and spend time with you there?
That's correct.
And was that nighttime, weekends, days, whenever it warranted?
Days, usually. Yeah.
And when Anna was working for you, that you just described, he never complained to you about how much time you were spending with his wife?
Brian? No.
He never complained that you were texting her a lot or spending time with her?
No.
He supported her career with you.
He did?
He was proud of her.
To my recollection, yes, he was.
Am I correct that you and Anna hit it off quickly? It wasn't a slow burn. You really became instant friends with each other.
That's correct. She was very easy to warm up to.
Okay. And part of the reason is that you had similar backgrounds?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And you had already started telling us that at some point she started to work for you.
That's correct.
Okay. And that was in the summer of 2020?
That's correct.
And the director of operations is basically she became your right hand.
She did.
So a director of operations might be taking care of your social media to arranging. I mean, tell me, I guess, a little bit more. What was she doing for you on a regular basis?
Well, there was, I mean, she did everything. She did, the director of operations is truly the right hand of someone who runs a business, and she did everything. She would bring me coffee. She took pride in bringing me coffee. A couple of times she dropped off my dry cleaners, which were tasks that were obviously not necessarily in her job description. But I do remember asking her, is there anything you wouldn't do? She came from hospitality, and she took pride. I mean, that's the way she was at our open houses. She would rush to open doors for people. She would give them real glass champagne. She would serve the glass. The way she came out, as I just explained moments ago, the way she came out of the house that night on December 31st to open the door for me. And she was an exceptional employee and friend.
And you valued her employee. She was valuable to you as a friend and an employee.
Very much so.
You relied on her.
Absolutely.
She never said no to you. She did what the job required.
That is not true.
Okay, so tell me about a time she said no to you or disagreed with you.
Well, we did have a disagreement in the fall of 2021.
I looked at her dead in the eyes and I said, this schmuck? Seriously? Seriously? For reals? For real? You want to keep this schmuck?
And there were times that she responded to me a couple of times with what I perceived to be passive aggression. And
oh no, she didn't become passive aggressive. Oh hell no. Oh Lord, the things that Mr. Mo would say. Well, she once spent 3 hours on a hand puppet that looks like Hank Brennan. Yes, I actually did. I got his bald spot too. I'm going to sell it to that place that keeps the Annabelle doll. Yeah, good Lord. If the worst thing that is said about me is that I was passive aggressive, please let someone record that and throw me a damn parade.
And yeah, I actually reached out to a mutual friend and then another friend in leadership to seek some opinions as to how I could handle this.
And did you end up handling it by suspending her for a period of time that fall of 2021?
I told her that she should take a rest, she should stay at home, and that I would continue to pay her for as long as it took, but that she should take some time off because she was also working exceptionally hard, and that was taking a toll on her. She wanted to prove herself. She's like that. So I remember a client of ours.
So I'm just going to stop you.
Yes.
When you, as you say, suspended or had her take some time off, you still loved her at that point as a friend.
Very much so.
You were still close with her.
Very much so.
It didn't end the personal relationship.
No, not at all. And it didn't end the professional relationship either.
And during that time, I think you talked about seeking counsel. You actually reached out to Mr. Walsh to talk to him about it specifically.
That's correct.
Because this was, obviously, Anna was important to you professionally.
And as a friend, yes.
And
both.
Personally.
Yes, absolutely.
And Brian was a close friend of yours.
That is correct.
And you wanted to talk to him and get counsel about how to best move past this.
Yes, we did. We met in the North End. We had a meal and talked about it.
At some point in November of 2021, just about 2 months after the incident you just described, Anna told you that she was thinking about taking a job somewhere else.
That's correct.
And your first response was that you were disappointed.
Yes.
You were sad about this.
I was.
Because in your mind, you guys were really going to partner up and continue to grow together.
Was the idea, yes.
And because you were upset and sad, Mr. and Mrs. Walsh actually had you over to their home to talk about this further,
That is correct.
to let you know that they cared about you and loved you,
That's correct.
and that this is what was best for Anna
That's correct.
and what was best for the family.
That's correct.
And during this conversation, when Anna was telling, or they were both telling you about her new job, and you were sad about it, Brian said to you, buddy, you got to support her, right?
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the job that she ended up taking. Am I correct that it was at Tishman Spire in Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And this was a big job.
That's correct.
I think you already told us how much she was making, but this was a big salary job, a big step for her.
That's correct.
And this was an opportunity for her, a growth opportunity.
Yes,
And that is something that you and her had talked about, growth and opportunity, right?
that's correct.
It was something important to you,
Absolutely.
and it was something important to Anna.
Absolutely.
And through your time in becoming friends with Mr. Walsh, it was important to him as well.
That's correct.
And they had small children.
That's correct.
And part of this transition was the family eventually moving to Washington, D.C.
That was the idea.
And this transition was not only for Anna's job, but Mr. Walsh's uncle was also moving to the D.C., Virginia area at the time, so there'd be more family down there.
That's what I was told, and that his mother would also move.
So his mother, again, you just said it was also interested in moving to that area.
Well, no crap, Mommy Dearest is going to move. How will Brian pay for things if Mom's wallet isn't next to him?
Yeah.
And Anna was going to go down first, and the plan was obviously to start establishing not just professional contacts, but personal contacts,
That's correct.
because they were going to bring their boys down there.
That's correct.
And you had told us that Anna was also interested in investing in real estate.
That's correct.
And at this point, am I correct that it is the fall into the fall of 2021, winter of 2022?
That's right.
Okay. And at this point, you had learned that Mr. Walsh had a pending federal case going on.
I had, yes.
And I want to talk to you just a little bit about your experience with the federal case, okay? Because you had become close to both Mr. and Mrs. Walsh, you actually attended one or two of the hearings.
It-
And you went to support Brian,
I did.
and you went also to support Anna,
That's correct.
because this was difficult for both of them.
It was.
And Mr. Walsh's mother was there,
That's correct.
and I believe there were other friends of Anna and Brian who had gone.
That is correct.
All right. And one of the hearings that you were going to, you were standing next to Anna,
I was sitting next to Anna.
and Anna's your friend, you told us, right?
That's correct.
She was your right hand at your business for a while.
That's correct.
And you're there in federal court with her for her husband's case.
That's correct.
And out of support, you reach over and you grab her hand to hold it,
That's correct.
because she's your friend and you love her.
Yes, that's correct.
And she clutched your hand back.
Yes, that's correct.
And,
It was a very tense moment just before the judge's declaration, or
okay.
Yeah.
And so you were being a good friend.
I believe so.
Okay. And let me just switch gears for a moment. I think you've already kind of said it, but Mr. Walsh was never jealous of your relationship with Anna?
I don't believe so.
Well, you say I don't believe so. Anna never told you that Brian was uncomfortable or jealous of your relationship with her?
She never said that, no.
And Brian never came to you and complained about the long hours of friendship with her?
She did not.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
At this hearing, when you were there to support your friends, I was asking you about when you were sitting there holding Anna's hand. And you had told us that Brian's mother, Diana, was there at the same time.
That's correct.
And was she sitting with you?
She was sitting, that I recall, at the end of that row near the aisle.
Okay. And you had a conversation with Anna about Diana's observations of you holding her hand that day at her husband's hearing, right?
That's correct.
And Anna informed you that Diana was upset that you were holding her hand.
That's correct.
Sustained. The answer stricken.
Throughout the time, the 2020 through 2022, you had a chance again to spend a lot of time with Mr. and Mrs. Walsh.
That's correct.
And you talked to Anna a lot about her relationship and her marriage and being a mother.
Yeah.
And during those conversations and your observations, Anna told you that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
That's correct.
And at some point, while Anna was working for you, she confessed that she had a crush on you.
She said that, yeah, maybe. I don't recall specifically those words coming out. But
Would
yeah,
looking at a copy of your interview from January of 2023 help refresh your memory?
sure.
Well, there you go.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I kind of assumed they were both looking at
Page 53.
guys together. I am so bad at that game.
Oh, I'm not. I sent these to you guys. So I don't know what to tell you.
Can I just see your
Glad to hear it.
This judge is
Okay.
done.
Just going to approach you. Is it fair to say that that's your name on that front page?
Yes.
And then I'm just going to have you look at that first page to yourself, just to recognize it's the beginning of your statement.
Dang it. Boosh, now I'm never going to unsee it.
That's correct. Yeah,
And I'm just going to refer you, and you can just read to yourself and take as much time as you need.
sure.
And just look up at me when you're done.
For sure. Yeah. From the top of the page?
Until the bottom, until
Sure. So we actually started.
Just
Read to
read
yourself.
to yourself and look up when you're done.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay.
Oh no, he reads with his mouth. That's. Well, he looks just as shocked by his own testimony as we're going to be. At this point, I want to hear from him.
That's it?
Okay. Just going to come take that back. Does reviewing that portion of your statement refresh your memory as to whether Anna had told you that she had a crush on you?
I object to this one question, Your Honor.
You can answer it. If it refreshes his memory, it does. If it
I don't
doesn't-
recall Anna telling me that she had a crush on me.
Okay. When you were working together and Anna was there, you had mentioned that you had other people working with you and for you.
That's correct.
And at some point, you developed a close relationship with another female coworker.
That's correct.
And I'm assuming it became romantic.
objection?
Sustained.
So you don't have any memory of Anna Walsh telling you that at some point she was a little jealous of that coworker and had a crush on you?
Objection.
Sustained.
She developed feelings for you.
Objection.
Sustained.
Anna Walsh told you that she told her husband that she had a crush
I'll
on
see you
you.
at the side of the bench.
Yeah, well, there's one thing, like, look, Mr. Mo knows, and he has the same pass because God bless our marriage, but both of us have a Henry Cavill pass. I mean, so does the rest of humanity. But the judge is getting pissed. Thug judge is going to appear. She has been incredibly clear and I think respectful to both sides, but she's been incredibly clear on what she will allow and not allow. And the defense, this is the first time that either side has really pushed it. See if we can. Maybe.
You had mentioned that when Anna stopped working for you, you guys still stayed in touch.
That's correct.
So it wasn't an everyday type of thing, but you would still talk and text.
That's correct.
And she started working in DC for Tishman Speyer in February or March of 2022?
Thereabouts, but there was some overlap when she was still taking care of business for me, because
Okay.
that's the kind of human being and employee she was.
And during the time that she was working both jobs, was she living in DC or was she still in Boston when she was doing that?
I believe she was coming and going from DC at that time.
Okay. And after she left and you would speak, would it be fair that she would also consult you about professional decisions, strategies, what to do?
We would talk about that. We would talk about things, yeah.
Okay. And you would also ask her for her advice?
Sure.
And this is a person that you would consider a confidant?
A
confidant?
confidant, sure.
Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
And obviously, she was one of yours and you were one of hers.
That's correct. Often I've called her the sister I never had.
Okay.
One of the sisters I never had.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ew, that makes the whole confession I find you cute a whole other level of awkward. Ugh. Imagine that. Like, I think you're attractive. You remind me of a family member. I mean, it is kind of hard to, and to go home and be married to Brian at the end of the day. Ew. That was a bad day.
She was an exceptional human being.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You had told us a little bit about a conversation on the 29th that you had with her.
Yes.
And you had said that being apart and going back and forth was hard on the family. It was hard on her.
That's what I recall.
Okay. And you had told us that in the winter of 2022 that Anna was making about $300,000 at her new job.
With bonus, that's what I was told. I didn't know about it at the time, but it came up in conversation that night.
Okay.
On December 31st.
Okay. And you also told us at the time Mr. Walsh was making about 50 or 60 grand a year.
That's what I was told. That's what I remember.
And he also was interested in participating in investing in small businesses.
Correct.
On the phone call on the 29th, you had said that Anna invited you over for New Year's.
That's correct.
And I think you said it, that she knew you, that you would probably just be at home, not doing anything.
That is correct.
And on that phone call, she didn't say, let me check with Brian first.
I don't recall.
All right. Was Brian on the phone with her?
No.
Did she say,
Well,
I'll
I
call
don't know
you back?
if,
and
no,
confirm?
no, Brian was not on the phone with her. No,
And
absolutely.
this was to come to her home and spend time with her husband and their 3 children.
That's correct.
And I think you had said earlier today that you had spent another New Year's Eve with them.
That is correct.
Was that the one right preceding this one or another one?
I think it was 2 New Year's before. So
Okay.
I think there was one in between where I did not spend the New Year's with them.
And that prior New Year's, was that out somewhere or was that at their
It was
home?
out. It was out at a restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah.
White Castle?
I think you had said that during this call she was upbeat. Well, let me back up. You had called to tell her that she had just sold a property, right?
That's correct. The purpose of my call was to congratulate her on the fact that she was going to do this 1031 exchange program and reinvest and grow financially.
Okay.
But also to catch up with her, also to hear her voice and see how she's doing.
Okay. So let me just talk to you a little bit about the tax 1030 that you just described. She had owned a property in Revere
That's correct.
and you helped sell her. You helped sell it.
Well, yes, technically, yes, my team did, but I wasn't directly involved in the sale. My teammate handled it all.
Okay.
So I wasn't privy to the day-to-day of the sale.
Okay.
And that's actually why I called her at the end. I said, well, geez, we accomplished something here.
Okay.
And
So let me just ask
happy
you a
for
little
you.
bit more.
yeah,
You explained that with this process, instead of taking the proceeds, you can just roll it right into another property.
that's correct.
What were the proceeds on the sale from this Revere house?
I do not remember.
Was it over 50? Was it $1 million roughly?
No, it was a smaller condo. It certainly
Okay.
wouldn't have been $1 million. No, it wasn't. It was several $100,000. Yeah,
Okay. And so instead of taking those proceeds on December 29th of 2022, the decision was made to roll it into another property.
that's correct. And she would have had 45 days to declare another property or another 2 or 3 properties, up to 3 properties, and would have 180 days to close on 1, 2, or 3 of them
Okay.
to satisfy the requirements of the program.
Okay. You mentioned the name on direct examination. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about. You used the name Will or William Fasto.
That's correct.
And in 2022, you had known Will for about 20 years?
Thereabouts, yes. Correct.
And you guys were both in real estate, and that's how you met him?
That's correct. He was in real estate in Boston first and then DC.
Okay. And when
Brian and Anna were looking to relocate to Washington DC for her job. They wanted to buy a family home down there.
That's correct.
And you hooked both of them up with Will, the realtor.
That is correct.
And would it also be fair that it would be nice for Anna to have a personal and a friend down there going down to DC with no one else at the time?
That's correct.
And again, you had told us that she was looking into investing in more real estate as investment properties.
That's correct.
And during this process, Brian Walsh and Will Fasto really just had a professional relationship, no friendship.
I don't know what kind of relationship they had. I'm not privy to the details of their relationship.
Okay. But through your conversation.
You're talking about Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
Brian Walsh and Will Fasto.
Yes.
I'm not privy to the conversations they had or. Yeah.
Okay. But you knew that you had introduced both Mr. Walsh and Anna to Will for the purpose of finding a family home.
As far as I'm concerned, I had introduced the family, the Walsh family.
Thank you.
To Will Fasto.
Okay. And at some point, Anna told you that she had become good friends with Will Fasto.
That's correct.
And I think you told us a little bit about a phone call you had with her on December 29th.
That's correct.
Anna Walsh never told you that she was romantically involved with Will Fasto.
No.
She never told you that she was going to leave Mr. Walsh for Will Fasto.
No.
And she never told you that she had more than platonic feelings for Mr. Fasto.
Not particularly, but she was, I mean, emotions are complex. I knew they had gotten close.
Okay.
But she never told me that she had a relationship with Will Fasto.
He was getting ready to do the hand puppet. He was like, I knew that they were like close, but I didn't know what bases we were there. Look, as far as I knew, he was in the batting cage. You know, he was on deck, but I didn't know that she had switched hitters. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just want to return to her relationship.
That I can recall.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just going to return to Anna and Brian's relationship for a few minutes.
Sure.
You had told us that you spent time with them both together as a family,
That's correct.
and you also spent time with them individually without the other one.
That is correct.
And when you spent time with them together, you never really saw them argue.
I don't recall having seen them argue.
And they were a couple that you've described as in sync with each other.
I would say so, but I always thought that there was a lot of.
Are you sure they weren't 98 degrees? I mean, that's a touchy subject. That could have been the argument. She was in sync and he was 98 degrees.
Love between them, and that she was very much in love with Brian. Yeah.
Sometimes each one would come to you individually if they had any disagreements with each other, though. You were their friend collectively and independently.
That's correct.
And sometimes Anna would confide in you,
That's correct.
and sometimes Brian would confide in you.
That's correct.
And you obviously would keep their confidences because you were their friend individually and collectively.
That is correct.
And as you
Would you say you were in a throuple? A non-consensual throuple, which I would imagine would be any throuple with Brian Walsh. So I'll allow it.
as you told us that you introduced the family to Will Fasto. Yes?
Yes.
So Mr. Walsh knew that you were friends with Will Fasto.
I would assume so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at no time did Brian Walsh ever pepper you with questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did he assault you for a question or pepper you for questions? I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to just watching now.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about New Year's Eve. Earlier that day, did you exchange some text messages with Anna Walsh to confirm that you were coming over that night?
I did.
And you were looking forward to spending time over there?
Very much so.
Looking forward to hopefully seeing the kids?
Yes.
Looking forward to seeing Anna?
Yes.
And looking forward to seeing Brian?
That's correct.
And I think you told us that when you first arrived, that even as you're pulling in the driveway, Anna is running towards you, no coat on, and just throws herself in your arms.
That's correct.
And you were excited to see her.
Yes.
And she was obviously excited to see you.
Yes.
And you said it's cold out.
Yes.
And you guys were laughing as she's running towards you.
Yes.
And then you walk in the house.
Was it 3 a.m.? Was it cold outside, so she hands you a raincoat? And she only cries when it's raining, or she only sleeps when it's raining? Oh my gosh, now I've got Matchbox 20 in my head. Damn it all to hell.
together?
That's correct.
And are you walking hand in hand and talking because you haven't seen each other in a while? Well, you said she ushered you into the house.
That's correct. She was receiving a guest into the house.
Okay. But was she excited to see you? Was she holding on to your
She
arm?
was very excited to see me. We gave each other a hug,
Okay.
and then we walked into the house.
And when you walked into the house, you went into the kitchen and Mr. Walsh was there.
That's correct.
And he embraced
I don't remember whether Brian was at the door, was in the kitchen. He was there. Yeah.
Okay. And when you saw him, he embraced you in the house.
Absolutely.
And it was just the three of you.
Initially, yes.
Could I trouble you to please bring up exhibit number 3? And is this correct, as I'm showing everyone exhibit number 3, that this was the Walsh family kitchen in Cohasset on December 31st?
Yes,
And we see some stools at the kitchen table. You and Anna were sitting next to each other?
that's correct.
And am I correct that Mr. Walsh was cooking for everyone?
That's correct.
And so the stove and oven is to the right there of the table?
Yes,
Okay. And when you first got there, the kids were asleep?
that's correct.
Okay. And when you first got there, Mr. Walsh is cooking food?
Yes. Preparing, yeah, cooking, yeah.
No, I don't want to cut you off.
Sure, preparing, cooking, yeah,
And Anna and Brian are getting you some champagne,
that's correct.
and everyone's toasting to the new year.
Yes,
Okay. And I think you've already said this, but the atmosphere was jovial.
that's correct.
Hope for the upcoming year.
That's true.
There were discussions how 2022 had been a little difficult for all 3 of you.
That's true.
And it was great to be together because you made it. And now you're looking into a new year with new hope and new possibilities.
That's correct.
The champagne bottle that all 3 of you signed, that was the spirit that new year, so happy to be together, aren't we lucky?
Yes,
And as you're sitting at that kitchen table, you're having conversations about investment properties.
we were.
You're having conversations about book reviews and what books everyone should read.
Yes,
And you told us that Anna is texting people. You said it's New Year's Eve, so she's getting texts, she's sending texts.
yes,
And as you're sitting at that table, she's snapping pictures with just the 2 of you.
meaning just the two of us, meaning Anna and I. I do recall, I have received a photo of the 3 of us with Anna and their oldest son,
Okay, but.
a selfie, yeah.
Sure, no, I don't mean to cut you off, but during that night, she has her phone out, she's taking pictures of just the 2 of you, just Anna and Jem to memorialize the night. It's a celebration.
Oh, it's the two, I see. Well, the 2 of us and Brian,
All 3 of you together.
all 3 of us together, correct.
Okay. And in that picture, you're smiling, you're embracing each other,
Yes,
and Brian's preparing food, and he's serving you all the food he's making, the different dishes, right?
yes,
And he's serving it to his wife, Anna.
yes,
And they're talking to each other during the night.
yes, they are.
And they're laughing with each other during the night.
Yes.
And they're taking pictures with each other during the night.
I don't know if they were taking pictures with each other during the night. I don't recall.
But there was the picture of the 3 of you embracing and smiling.
That's the 3 of us with Brian?
I'm
Was that what you're asking? Was there a picture of Anna, Brian, and myself that night? I don't recall. I recall one picture, and that's with Anna and their oldest son. That was Tom.
Okay.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit more about the conversations that you were having that night.
Sure.
At some point, Anna showed you a new ring that she had. It was a diamond ring,
That is correct.
and it was quite large.
They said it was a valuable ring. Yeah.
And I believe Anna told you that it was worth several $100,000.
Oh, the friend was not impressed with the sparkly diamond. He's like, it was cubic zirconia, but I wasn't going to embarrass my friend, okay?
Action.
He was like, look, it was tacky. It was tacky AF, okay? Like, I was like, go ahead, Beyonce, but it was tacky.
Jurors, I think it'd be a nice time for you to take your morning break.
Jurors, everything all rise, please leave your notebooks and chairs, watch your step. Stand up in the circle.
Sure. Thank you.
I'm glad that his mom decided to pick out the most emasculating Garanimals for adults outfit ever, along with his bubble badonkadonk.
You may step down. You can go right back outside.
The
may
judge
be
is
seated,
fixing to
everyone else.
yell at people.
Yes? He's gone.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm not seeing the relevance of going in down this road.
I answered for her, for counsel, but go ahead.
Your Honor, the government has represented to this jury that one of the motives was financial.
All right. How much longer will this witness you expect?
Myself?
Yes.
I can't imagine it goes more than 15 minutes.
All right. I won't hold you to it.
Okay.
Keepers next? Or probation officer? All right. Have a good break.
Thank you.
Alrighty. So we are going to skip right through this break. She always has the best hair. I want my hair to grow that long. It's taking forever.
Please be seated. Question now, Jennifer Silva.
Oh, the witness back on the stand?
Just watch your step. Sure. Thank you. Have a seat. Just remind you to keep your voice up for me, please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Just going to pick up a little bit where we left off. During the night that you were describing, at one point, Anna was showing you her,
Yes,
and she was happy about it.
that's
And
correct.
she was telling you that Brian had got her this ring,
That's correct.
and he was smiling.
Yes,
And you told us that during the night, because it's New Year's Eve, Anna's texting people and she's getting text messages while you guys are in that kitchen.
that's correct.
Could I please have Exhibit 3 again? Thank you. And during the time that you were there, am I correct that it was about 5 hours you spent that night? I think you said 8:30 to 1:30?
Roughly 4 to 5 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you weren't drunk, right?
No,
They weren't drunk?
no,
The champagne was free-flowing, so to speak, but everyone was just happy and tipsy.
yeah,
And during the night, there are, you had mentioned there was food being served, conversations about the future, and Anna was getting text messages from people, and she was sending text messages to people.
that's correct.
And while you're sitting in that kitchen, the three of you, at some point, she says, let's send a picture to Will.
I believe that's what she said. I'm not 100% sure. I believe that's what she said. Yeah,
And after that, you stayed for quite a bit after that.
again, I don't remember at what part of the evening that, oh, actually, I do, because I would have, because this would have been exactly when their oldest son, was awake. So it would have been towards the beginning. That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
And so you stayed for several hours after that, right?
that's correct.
And during the night, everyone continued to be jovial, I believe you described,
That's correct.
drinking champagne,
That's right.
laughing with each other.
That's correct.
And I think you had told us on direct that at some point, Brian had told you that he had lost his phone,
That he had misplaced his phone.
misplaced his phone. And I think you had said that he told you it was liberating not to have it.
That's correct.
And he was kind of laughing about how free it felt not to be on a cell phone.
That was the gist of it. Correct.
At some point on January 4th, you had a conversation with Brian over the phone.
Was that a Wednesday? If
I
it
don't
is-
have a calendar out, but I think you had said, I appreciate everyone quickly moving.
So the first was a Sunday.
2 through 4.
Yes, on Wednesday I did. Yes, yes, I received a call from Brian.
And on that call, you had just seen them at about 1:30 on New Year's Eve, so about not even 4 days before.
That's correct.
And he had told you that he hadn't spoken to her in several days and that she was missing.
That's correct.
And I think you told us on direct that you were in shock. It didn't make sense to you,
That's correct.
that you were just with them.
That's correct.
And you said to Brian, did you guys have an argument? Did you have a disagreement, right?
I did.
And you asked him that repeatedly.
I don't know if I asked him that repeatedly. I did ask him that question.
And he said to you,
No. Did it look like we had an argument? You were there.
That's correct.
Because it didn't make sense to you that they hadn't spoken in days, right?
That's correct. And it also didn't make sense to me that she would leave shortly after I left. There was, yeah.
And so given that, it didn't make sense to you. You were there until 1:30. They weren't arguing.
They weren't arguing, no.
You said the night was joyful.
That's correct.
They were happy.
That's correct.
And from everything you saw and what you told us, they were in love.
Well, they were happy is a loaded statement, I think.
let me-
I mean, they seemed
okay.
happy that night, but people are complex. So I want to make sure that I answer that question truthfully.
No, I appreciate that.
So
Let me ask you this.
I did know a couple of days in advance that
So let
she,
me just stop you
yeah,
for a minute.
thank you,
okay?
sure.
You've been a realtor for 23 years,
25 years now.
25 years. So you're a salesperson, right? In a sense, one of the aspects of your job is to sell properties, right?
That's correct.
And would you say that one of your
Oh, now he is done pissed off. You done denigrated real estate to a sales job. Well, I hope you're ready for snarky.
greatest assets is to be able to read people?
That's true.
Understand
To listen,
people.
to understand, yes.
And I think you just said people are complex.
That's correct.
And so you in your professional job, part of it is to kind of be able to understand those complexities,
Yes,
to see if someone is maybe putting on a brave face or holding back, right?
sure.
And you had known Anna and Brian Walsh as a married couple for almost 3 years at that point, right?
That's correct.
And you have spent time with them together. You said that their family was like your family, right?
Sure.
And you had spent time with Brian by himself.
I hadn't seen Brian in months at that
Okay.
point. And I hadn't also only seen Anna physically. I hadn't seen Anna physically in months.
Okay, but in the past, in those times that you have described them as family, as close friends, you would spend time with Brian Walsh, just one-on-one.
Yes, I had.
You would spend time with Anna, just one-on-one.
That's correct.
She worked for you, and you described that you would be in touch all day, every day when she was working for you, right?
I can't say it was every single day, but
Okay,
it
well,
was,
you brought pastries to your home in the South End,
sure,
right?
sure. Yeah,
And you told us that she was your confidant and you were hers, right?
that's correct.
You went through an intense program with Mr. Walsh, right?
That's correct.
And you spent 5 hours with him on New Year's Eve, on December 31st of 2022, right?
That's correct.
And you described the night as joyful,
Jovial.
jovial, as full of hope. And
I'm not sure-
before the break, that everyone was hopeful and looking towards the new year.
I'm not sure that I would describe it as hopeful for the new year specifically. If you had to ask me specifically as to what the mood was, whether she was, because I had heard a couple days prior.
I'm going to stop you.
Sure.
You all signed the champagne bottle, right?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. And that's where the complexity comes into play. I cannot know what was going on in their hearts and minds. Yeah. Of course, thank you.
I
Of
understand,
course,
sir. I'm
yeah.
talking about those complexities.
Sure.
You said that everyone was laughing that night together, right?
Yeah, there was a good mood that night.
Good mood that
Yeah.
night. You never saw them argue, right?
I did not.
You said at one point that you saw them talking and laughing with each other, right?
Sure, yes, I
And
did.
at one point, Thomas came downstairs and they didn't shoo him back up to bed. It was happy to have their son together with you.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely.
And when Brian was cooking for you, he was even putting a Turkish flair on some of the foods
That's-
specifically for you, right?
That's correct. I remember him saying that, yeah.
And at 1:30 when you left, they weren't even telling you to leave. You just realized it was late and you should go.
That is also correct.
And so when you heard that Brian was telling you that he hadn't spoken to his wife in 3 days, that did not make sense to you.
It did not.
Because when you left at 1:30 in the morning, it was a joyful, happy occasion. I'm using your word. It was a joyful, happy occasion on New Year's Eve of January 31st, 2022.
I didn't understand how Anna could be missing and how we did not know about this since the first of the year. It had been 3 days,
when you
and our
left
community had not been
31st.
correct. We had not known about this for 3 days. I did not understand,
Okay.
and the tone of voice was not panicked.
So let me just ask you my question again.
Yes,
Let
thank
me
you.
know if I'm not phrasing it right.
Please,
When you left the house
Yes.
of your good friends
yes,
on January 31st of January 1st now at 1:30 in the morning,
yes,
the mood was joyful and happy.
yes.
Nothing further. Your Honor.
Wow,
Redirect.
defense.
I think I'll be brief, Your Honor. Sir, you said you had heard a couple days prior. Had you heard from Anna a couple days prior? When you were saying about people being complex?
Your Honor, I apologize. I could be just losing my hearing. I can't hear Mr. Connor.
And I'm talking with my shoulder, so that's my fault. Sir, when you were saying people are complex, and you had heard a couple days prior, are you referring to your conversation with Anna a couple days prior?
Yes, I was. I am.
What is it that you heard in your conversation a couple days prior that makes you say that people are complex?
That they had marital problems.
Objection, move to strike the characterization.
All right, and I'm going to remind you, sir, I'm going to strike the marital problems of characterization, but you can, without characterizing, you can discuss what you recall her saying, even if you don't remember the exact
Sure.
words.
I
Why don't
recall.
we state the question again?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Understanding what Her Honor said as far as what Anna was saying,
Sure.
what is it that you heard in that conversation that you just said that people are complex?
Well, if I may I explain?
I think you can't, sir. I think you have to stay with just what Anna said to you.
Sure.
When you state what Anna said to you. If you can't, that's okay. But if you can state what Anna said to you, that's my question.
On the 29th,
Yes.
when we had that phone conversation,
Yes, sir.
she told me that there were cracks in the relationships. And I don't know which words. She may have used precisely those words. She may have used other words.
Be seen sidebar objection, and I'm going to move to strike that testimony.
I'll hear you at the sidebar before I make any ruling on that.
I do like that this judge is thoughtful and she does allow the lawyers to argue their point at sidebar so it doesn't become a circus and she's able to quickly move through these and give the objections and arguments full attention. And I've just been really impressed with the courtroom behavior of both sides for the most part, except for the defense's, blatant inability to stay near a mic. And the Commonwealth today seems to have really dropped the ball with this particular witness. Strike just means that it is taken out of the record and it is supposed to be ignored by the jury. It's supposed to be as if it wasn't spoken. However, it is very hard to put the toothpaste back in the, tube. So the jury's already heard this. No, not again. I start late, so we
Sir,
don't.
And I know it's been 3 years.
It has been.
To the best of your recollection, what I'm asking you is on that December 29th conversation, to the best of your recollection, what did Anna Walsh say to you that led you to say that people are complex?
Okay. The complexity I'm referring to is the fact that on the 29th,
Okay?
yes, she gave me information. I cannot recall the exact words. She gave me information that she was having problems in her marriage with Brian.
Can Your Honor move to strike?
To the best of your recollection, what did she say?
Well, again, it's been 3 years, Your Honor.
If you have a recollection, you do, and if you don't, sir, that's fine too.
I remember what was discussed at the conversation. I just don't remember the exact words. I did give my testimony when it was very fresh.
And I know we're
Yeah,
all
I understand.
jumping
Sure.
in the middle.
Sure.
And sir, it's just because we want to make sure we get it right.
Okay,
All right. So you had the conversation with Anna on the 29th.
that's correct.
Do you remember what she said? If you don't, you don't. It's okay. Do you remember what she said that makes you think that people are complex?
Well, it's not what she said that night that makes me think that people are complex. I know people are
Move to
complex.
strike.
All right, I'll strike the end, redirect the witness to the time frame.
All right. So just on December 29th,
Yeah.
what did she say to you as far as your concerns about her being?
I don't recall the exact words.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mutlu.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
He's like, I am out of here. I'm running.
Thank you very much.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Marlene Brenda Hall.
You can call me, please. Please, raise your hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You just call me, please. Just take your time. Just watch your step.
I believe that this is his probation officer. Possibly.
Your Honor, Could you please state your name for the record?
Good afternoon, Marlene Ramdahal.
And can you please spell your name for the record?
Yes, Marlene, Marlenny. Last name Ramdehal.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I am a senior U.S. probation officer.
And what is your jurisdiction?
The District of Massachusetts.
Where is your office located?
In time.
And how long have you been a federal probation officer?
Approximately 12 years.
Are you familiar with Brian Walshe?
I am.
And how long have you known Mr. Walshe?
Since November of 2021.
And that's when you first met him?
Yes.
And how often did you see him?
Approximately once every 60 days.
And how did you see him?
At his residence or at my office.
And can you please identify him for the record?
Mr. Walsh in the black sweater.
Thank you. Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
In January of 2023 and December of 2022, was Mr. Walshe, the defendant, subject to conditions set by a federal district court?
He was.
And what were those conditions?
He was subject to a number of conditions to include home confinement, which limited his movement in the community.
When was the defendant authorized to leave his home?
He was authorized to leave his residence with a pre-scheduled pass, so he would have to ask permission before leaving his home.
Did he have set windows that he was allowed to leave?
He did.
And what was he required to do before leaving his home?
Prior to leaving his residence, he would have to have an approved schedule.
And who would approve that schedule?
I would.
Where was he allowed to go?
A client on the home confinement program is only allowed to leave the residence for essential necessities, so things such as employment, education, religion, treatment, attorney visits, court-appointed activities. He was also allowed to do things such as grocery shop, banking, grooming, things of that nature. He also had permission to do things with his children and his mother.
So what did he need to do as far as specifying where he would go?
So on Thursdays, he was to submit schedules to me with what essential necessities would be required for the following week.
And how would he do that?
He would send me an email.
And what email did he use?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
What permission did he have to leave the state?
He did not have permission to leave the state.
You said that he was allowed to go for necessities. Is a restaurant considered a necessity?
No, it is not.
But have you guys tried a Baconator? I mean, I'll allow it.
What did he have to do if he wanted to deviate from the schedule that he had submitted on Thursdays, I believe you said?
Correct. Yeah, if there was a change to the schedule, he would be required to submit a new schedule request.
And how would he do that?
Again, via email.
And who would he do that to?
Myself.
So I want to ask you about Friday, January 6th of 2023. Did you see the defendant that day in person?
I did.
Okay. And what contact did you receive from him requesting permission for his window for the following week?
On January 6th, Mr. Walsh submitted a schedule for Wednesday, the 11th. He requested a haircut appointment from 1:30 to 3:15. He also requested a pass for the 12th to meet with his probate attorney from 10:30 to 3:15.
What contact did you have from the defendant on January 5th of 2023?
On January 5th, Mr. Walsh contacted me to inform me of law enforcement contact, which is required by his conditions of release. He also notified me that his wife, Anna, was missing.
What was his window of release on Thursday, January 5th?
On January 5th, he had a reoccurring schedule to drop off his children between 8 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. He then had a pass to assist his mother with some errands from 10:15 to 1:30. And then he had a reoccurring schedule to pick up his children from 3:45 to 6:15.
And the morning schedule and the afternoon schedule, was that a set recurring schedule?
Correct, Monday through Friday.
And was the the time that he was with his mother, was that also a recurring time, or was that something he had just requested?
He had just requested it the week prior.
And what was the window of release for Wednesday, January 4th?
The fourth would have been drop off children from 8 to 10:30. Then he had a reoccurring groceries schedule from 11 to 1:30, and again, pickup of the children from 3:15 to 6:45.
So that was all prearranged.
Correct, yes.
And what was the window of release on Tuesday, January 3rd?
Tuesday, drop off children, 8 to 10:30, pick up children, 3:15 to 6:45, and he had a reoccurring schedule as well to get his trash out, and that was from 7:50 to 8:20, I believe.
In the evening?
In the evening, sorry,
Okay. And why did he need that for the trash?
because it wasn't on his property.
Okay. And what was the window of release for Monday, January 2nd of 2023?
On Monday, the 2nd, he only had pickup and drop off of the children, so 8 a.m. to 10:30 a.m., and then pick up from 3:15 to 6:45.
Okay. But did you receive some information about an unauthorized leave for that day?
I did.
And when was that?
Approximately 3:53 p.m.
And did you speak to him?
I did.
And what contact did you have with him?
I reached out to him to ask him about the unauthorized leave, and he indicated that he was picking up his children per usual.
Okay. And in fact, the 3:15 to 6:45, was that authorized for Monday, January 2nd, 2023, being a holiday?
It was, because there was no notification that school was not in session.
And what was the window of release on Sunday, January 1st of 2023?
On the 1st, he had submitted a request to return his mother home from 3 p.m. to 9 p.m.
And what do you mean return his mother home?
He indicated that his mother was staying with him post-surgery, and he was taking her back to her residence.
And when was that window established?
That would have been the week prior, so I want to say December 22nd.
And where did he indicate that he would be returning his mother?
To her residence.
And where was that, if you know?
I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay. And at that point, did he ask permission to go to a restaurant?
He did not.
For January 1st of 2023?
He did not.
And was the defendant allowed to go places if he had not cleared it with you first?
He was not allowed to do any unapproved stops.
If I might have one moment.
You may.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Yes, thank you. Well, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So did I hear you right that said Mr. Walsh asked to be able to go 3 p.m. to 9 p.m. on Sunday, January 1st? He asked that the prior week of December 22nd.
That is correct.
And to go out to a restaurant, that would have been correct?
It would need court approval. Probation does not have the authority to approve non-essential necessities.
So you'd have to go through a court process. That'd take quite a while to go through the federal court process?
It's a motion to the court, so it's just a documentation that needs to be submitted.
But it has to be filed, has to be decided, has to be returned.
That is correct.
So, and there's always the chance that it wouldn't be allowed.
Correct.
So if somebody like Mr. Walsh wanted to take his wife out to a restaurant for New Year's Day,
So basically, my client believes he's above the rules, and if he wants to take his wife out, regardless of what the feds tell him or what is the proper protocol, he's going to do it because mommy said he could.
there's a chance that he wouldn't be permitted and get permission to take his wife to a New Year's Day dinner, even if he had filed a request.
There is that chance, correct.
Thank you very much.
Any redirect?
No redirect, thank you.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Defense, you really did a great job.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth to call Anthony McCrenna.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in the cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Take the time to watch your step. Do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak.
Sure,
right?
yep.
You may proceed.
What in the Kojak am I looking at here? I feel like he should have a lollipop in his mouth.
Thank you, Your Honor.
'Cause he's trying to
Sir,
give
could you
up
state your name and
smoking.
spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Tony Macrina, Macrina.
Where do you work, sir?
Home Depot.
And what do you do for Home Depot?
I am a district asset protection manager.
And what are your responsibilities as a district asset protection manager?
I help increase profitability by mitigating losses and creating a safe work environment for the associates and customers.
How long have you been with Home Depot?
Currently 4.5 years.
And how in that time you've always been a district asset protection manager?
Yes.
And what is your district?
It's considered southeastern Mass, so it's approximately 10 stores in that area.
All right. Does that include Rockland?
Yes.
Sir, have you had the opportunity to help produce a receipt and videos to law enforcement in January 2023 in this matter?
Yes,
And have you had the opportunity to review both of those prior to today?
I did.
Sir, as far as the videos that are maintained at Home Depot, are they done in the normal course of business?
Yes, they are.
Are they done in good faith?
Yes,
And the videos, I take it they're recorded digitally?
correct.
So when they're recorded as it's happening to a server, correct?
Yes.
What access do you have to the server?
I remote in, but using a laptop or a computer.
Okay. Can anyone have access to it?
Just anybody who works within the asset protection department.
And sir, the videos that you had a chance to review, did you look at a thumb drive and then sign the back of it?
Yes.
You may?
Sure, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you see it?
Yes,
And do you see your initials in the back?
I do.
Were these the videos you had a chance to review prior to today to confirm that they were the videos you had turned over from the store depot on January 2nd in Rockland?
Yes, they were.
So you can have the thumb drive marked next to the drive?
Any objection to that?
No objection.
The Home Depot thumb drive, now in evidence is 260.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish some of the videos from the Home Depot thumb drive?
Yes?
Ms. Gilman, could we have the video Home Depot entering?
Oh, please tell me he mugged for the camera
If we
again.
could press pause. Mr. McCrenna, can you see the video on the screen?
Yes.
Where is this in the in Home Depot?
This is a shot of the doorway where most customers after purchasing.
Damn it, JKD Buck. Now I'm only going to imagine him as Marlon Brando with an ice bucket on the top of his head, like in Island of Dr. Moreau. Damn it, I was trying to be professional, and I almost made it.
Would walk out. So the main exit, we call this.
The main exit. Now, at the bottom of the screen, there's a date and time. Are the dates and times accurate on the Home Depot videos?
Yes, they are.
And to be clear, this is Rockland, right?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, if you could press play.
He entered in an exit? Yeah, he's a total douche.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you close out that. And Ms. Gilman, could we have...
I know that the Martin Sheen is from Apocalypse Now. I would just insert the Brando I wanted, which is the Island of Dr. Moreau, where he had an ice bucket on the top of his head. If I get to pick Marlowe's, that's which one I'm going with.
pro exit purchasing. And Ms. Gilman, if you could go to 107 on this.
Okay, is this man actually going to be able to use a self-checkout, or is he going to have to stalk down some staff member to check it out for him?
Thank you. Sir, where is this location in Home Depot in Rockland?
This is on one side of the store. We call it the pro exit. So generally, this is where the lumber is purchased, and it's usually a bigger space so that you can get those bigger carts through the doorway.
Ms. Gilman, if you press play.
More buckets? More bucket? Because he got buckets at the Lowe's. Ooh, I'm kind of jealous. I want one of those industrial mop buckets. I have 6 children. Actually, I want a Roomba. Never mind, that mops. But I am afraid my cats that are fat would just drain the battery. Is that lime? Yes, but it was nearer time to the coof. Now, it was 2021, and being in the Midwest, we kind of didn't really do all of that. At least we didn't do that in the rural area of rural Indiana where I live. There, you might have seen 1 or 2 people wearing gloves when they were shopping, but it wasn't a big thing here. It might have been a bigger thing on the East Coast during the coof time. It also could have been Brian trying to hide his fingerprints. So I'll give you those 2 plausible explanations as to why he's wearing gloves, because I have no idea. Oh, baking soda. Is he going to notice that his mop dropped? Well, Fletcher boy, there's also another reason I'm not allowed to get a Roomba. Megan Fox was talking about a product that turned out to be a sticky bra that was called a Boomba, and I thought that someone had had the hysterical idea to put a set of fake boobs on a Roomba, and since I've had that thought, I realized that if we ever did get a Roomba or a Roomba-like object, I would paper mache a set of boobs to put on top of it because I thought it would be hysterical, and we just call it Megan Fox. Sorry, the medium smart writer who's on with Tug a lot. So, yeah, look, I can't be trusted with a Roomba. Or I'd make it so the cats could actually lay on it and it would have like a little mountain so they could do kind of the Lion King, you know, with Rafiki. They could just glide along with their own little pride rock. Neither of which have been co-signed by my husband and might void the warranty, so we don't have a Roomba. I should have remembered those. Ah, he noticed.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. McCrone, I'm showing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that the receipt that corresponds to the video we just saw?
yes.
How are you able to find a receipt to corresponds to the video?
I was given an item number from the state police,
And so then you look up the item number?
looked up the item number, and it brings me right to this transaction. The two are tied together.
And so the receipts are kept in the normal course of business?
Yes.
In good faith?
Yes,
And you turn this over to the police in January 2023?
yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from Home Depot for January 2nd as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
Receipt that corresponds to 260 is now in evidence as 261.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish 261?
You may.
Thank you. Looking at the top of it, sir, what is the address of the store?
1149 Hingham Street, Rockland, Massachusetts.
And what is the significance of Register 3?
Register 3 is the register number that was shown in the video where
So it looks like he's got Scotch heavy duty, 54 yards, like a tarp, painter's tarp. Scotch, that's generally what I think we're looking at. Don't quote me on that. 3.5 millimeter clear plastic sheeting 2-pack, a Tyvek suit with hood and boots, large, extra large. How many Red Rum kits did this man buy?
those purchases were made.
And Ms. Gilman, could we scroll down to the bottom? Actually, stay right there, Ms. Gilman. Sir, on A&H baking soda, what is that?
That is a 12-pound bag of baking soda. It was the one that was on the bottom of the cart.
Home Depot sells 12 pounds of baking soda?
Yes.
And then what is the date and the time of the transaction?
The date is 1/2 of 2023 at 5:01 and 47 seconds p.m.
What was the amount for the transaction?
The amount was $453.54.
And was it cash or charge?
Cash.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross? The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Some people do add it to cat litter. It is a deodorizer. If you put, baking soda and vinegar together, a lot of people use it if they're turning away from Mr. Clean to more, less chemical cleaners. I think we have a big bag. And then a lot of people use it for making those bath bombs. So I have gotten big boxes of, basically I'm just telling you guys, look, I've bought a lot of baking soda in my life, but always for laundry, soap making, and all the other stuff.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you.
I like
Commonwealth would call
Fabuloso
Kelly Roy,
smell better.
Paleo Lotus.
Do what now?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now and hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
Take your time, just watch your step, okay?
Thank you, sir.
Just do me a favor, just keep your voice up when you speak, okay? Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going directly to hell, but as a parent of 6 children and someone who's been forced to watch Inside Out multiple times, I was like, oh God, sadness. I'm so glad to see you happy. You got a job? Look at you. You're doing great. I'm going straight to hell. Y'all, straight to hell. But if she didn't make that her Halloween costume this year, ma'am, what were you thinking?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you bring that microphone a little bit closer to you? It will help keep things loud.
Is that better?
Much better. Could you state your name and spell your first and last name for us?
Kaliroy Paleologos, Kaliroi, last name Paliologos.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I work at Beacon Communities, more specifically Chatham West and the Pines.
And what is Chatham West?
It's a housing residential apartment complex.
Where is Chatham West located?
Brockton, Massachusetts.
And what do you do there?
I'm a property manager.
And as the property manager, do you have access to their surveillance videos?
Yes, sir, I do.
And as far as the surveillance videos, how many cameras do they have on the exterior of their building?
Approximately 25 back in 23.
In January of 2023, how many units were at Chatham West?
507.
507? So it's a really large
Yes, sir.
complex. What does Chatham West have for dumpsters in January 2023?
About 21 dumpsters.
And what access does the general public have to the dumpsters in January 2023?
They're open to the public.
Okay. Now, in January 2023, did you have the opportunity to produce surveillance videos to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review them prior to today?
Yes.
Have they been edited in any fashion?
No, sir.
And Chatham West, when they maintain their surveillance videos, done in the normal course of business?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. Do you maintain your surveillance videos in the normal course of business?
Yes, I do.
And in good faith?
Yes.
And again, you turn these over to law enforcement in January 2023?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
May?
Ma'am, I'm showing you a thumb drive. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Does it have your initials on it?
Yes, it does.
Does this have the video that you reviewed that had you previously turned over to law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the video from Chatham West on the thumb drive marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
JKD Buck, I'm stuck at 507 apartments. I can understand 500. I can understand 600. I can understand 525. I don't understand the random 7. I'm a big fan of 7. It's kind of like one of my favorite numbers, but it does confuse me as to how anyone would divide 507 and make that work out. But I'm not a numberologist.
It will be marked and admitted into evidence now as 262.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth publish the video from Chatham West?
You may.
Thank you. Pause. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. In the top left-hand corner, what does it say as far as the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023.
And the time?
5:11 at night.
Okay. Now, with your surveillance videos, is the time accurate or can it be off?
It's accurate. Could be off by a minute or two, but it's accurate.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ma'am, your videos, I noticed that it's not continuous. Is that all of your videos, or how is that? Can you explain that process?
It depends on the camera. Sometimes there's a little bit of a lag where it becomes choppy like that.
So that's not abnormal. It can happen with your surveillance sometimes?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
No.
The witness may step down. Thank you, ma'am. Would now be a good time to break for the lunch.
Well, Your Honor, I think the Commonwealth's always made its opinion on lunch.
All right. Jurors, we'll take our lunch break now. We'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
Jurors, everything all right? Jurors, leave it.
This is unfair. I purposely start late so we don't have to sit through lunch.
Be seated. Does anyone need to discuss anything?
Nothing from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Look at lunch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. It was a recess.
All right, I will keep this on my screen, but we will move to, let's watch some body cam footage while we're waiting. Again, I tried to plan this so we can go just, speed through lunch, but the past 2 days, the Commonwealth has worked against me. So body cam footage courtesy of Code Blue Cam, and this is the nicest Uber driver you'll ever regret meeting. This can only go well, I'm sure. I mean, she seems nice.
Please don't, don't.
So I'm gonna.
Oh, they decided to tangle with a natural redhead? I'm a fake redhead, y'all, and even I say this is a terrible idea. Unless you have one of those like animal control blow darts, I'd ask for backup.
It all started as a simple traffic stop.
Okay, do you have your license, registration, proof of insurance on you?
But when the officer decided to dig a little deeper, things quickly went from simple to serious in a matter of seconds.
So do you want me to shut the up or do you want me to talk?
Nothing in there.
Reason number 27 and 55, I can't be a cop because you tell me to shut the F up. I'm going to tase you. This is why I can't be a cop. Look, with great responsibility comes great taseability, and we just know that's an OSHA and lawsuit waiting to happen.
And that's not okay. Actually, that's not okay. I want an attorney. I never
Which can be imposed by law.
Okay,
Refusal to submit to the test.
Let's do
as
the
I
test.
have requested of them.
Let's do the test.
On September 9th, 2025, while on patrol in Port St. Lucie, Florida, an officer noticed a black Kia sedan making an illegal U-turn at a red light despite signs prohibiting it, and immediately initiated a traffic stop. But what he thought would be a
allegedly in Minecraft, I have never done that before either.
quick 15-minute stop for a simple ticket soon turned into hours of chaos he never saw coming.
Hello, I'm Officer Whiting, Port St. Lucie Police Department. The reason why I'm pulling you over is 1, you're in the red, and 2, you can't make a U-turn there.
I apologize.
Okay, do you have your license, registration, proof of insurance on you?
I have
For you.
When the driver, later identified as 45-year-old Jennifer, couldn't provide any form of ID or proof of insurance, the officer already knew it was going to be a long night.
Do you have the registration and proof of insurance?
It's an Uber.
She's Canton sober, so she's drunk everywhere except Canton and Milwaukee, where she is considered sober.
Car.
Okay, so what do you mean? Like, it's one of Uber's cars? Are you one of their drivers?
Yeah.
You're an Uber driver? Okay, where are you coming from tonight?
From Port St. Lucie.
Okay, where are you at right now?
West Palm Beach.
Okay, can you go ahead and shut your car off for me?
I already did.
Is it off? All your lights are still on. Okay, do you have the keys with you real quick?
Yeah.
Can I get those from you?
No.
12, can I get
What
them?
are you trying to say?
Can I just have your keys, ma'am?
What's happening?
Give me your keys, ma'am.
No, I'm not.
Yes, ma'am, give me your keys.
What's happening?
You're not in West Palm, you're in Port St. Lucie. So give me your keys.
Fletcher Boy, my second wife, while getting her 4th or 5th DUI, yikes, told the arresting officer, I have an IUD and I'm getting a DUI. You know, honestly, I would have messed up that joke if I were drunk. I'd mess that up if I were sober, to be honest, because I have a little bit of the dyslexia. So look, it's bad when I'm like, I'm glad I got married. I told Mr. Mo this a while back because this is how I am. I was like, I'm so glad we got married because now I know which left is left. Because if you're dyslexic, either could be L. So I'm like, I love when I get to wear my ring because I know which L it is. Also, special note, do not take directional note from me. I am terrible with directions. I do believe I am the reincarnated leader of the Donner Party and every Oregon Trail disaster. So don't ask me for directions. I'm good at a great many things and I'm terrible at directions.
To north. Yeah, I'm to north.
I have no idea what that means. Give me your keys.
So I had to do a, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to do it this way. Go ahead and step out of the car, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
Yep. Give me the keys. Cool. You're going to come stand in front of my push bumper.
Okay.
All right, and you're going to hang out right there, okay? I'm going to set your keys on top of your car. Right here. Okay? Sit on my push bumper. Right here. Okay. You can or you can stand, whatever you're more comfortable with. Just wait right there, okay? Wait right there by my push bumper.
And she's off.
Ma'am, get out of your car. I told you to stand over here. You walked back, started messing with your keys. Put your keys back up there.
I apologize.
Yep.
I apologize.
Go back over there.
Okay. It's raining.
Yes, I know it is raining. Yes, stand right there and wait. Can you read what that says on the side of my car?
I'm sorry, I can't. Yeah, Port St. Lucie.
Okay, you're not in West Palm right now, man.
No, I know that. and
Okay.
I had to do work here. I had to come here and tell people, and then I'm going back home.
Okay.
Did you have to explain why you got a god-awful ruffle dress that is bothering the hell out of me? Again, I usually like cap sleeves. I usually like the little ruffle look, but that is one ugly dress, in my opinion.
You're going back to...
Yeah.
Okay, where are you coming from?
Port St. Lucie, we were talking to people about helping people if someone didn't pay their taxes, or if people did pay their taxes, like, I don't know, like helping people.
You guys, she's actually the town manager for Canton. She's their fiscal responsibility or officer. I'm just joking. She's probably an accountant.
Like, also, like, with...
When the checks came back clean, the officer moved forward with a field sobriety test based on Jennifer's behavior. That's when things started to become more difficult.
Okay, Miss Jennifer. So I have some concerns that you're potentially under the influence of an alcoholic beverage while you're operating your motor vehicle.
Your law concern is
I
why.
can smell it on your breath. When I walked up to the side of the vehicle, it reeked of alcohol. You're rambling on about stuff that doesn't make sense, which is a common thing. You are having trouble standing straight, and you're having a hard time walking. So, to dispel my concerns that you're potentially under the influence, are you willing to assist me in conducting some field sobriety exercises? Okay.
I don't think, like, I am, and please don't.
No, I want you to do the hokey pokey of sobriety. Look, as a person who can barely do this sober, and probably not really anymore, I enjoy watching the confidence of people that think they can walk in a straight line. I can't do it, and I like to make fun of other people struggling too. So it's the highlight of my day when we get the drunk hokey pokey. So I need you to do this.
Like, don't,
Okay.
don't,
So
I don't,
I'm
don't.
going to explain this to you one more time, ma'am. Okay? If you're not going to be willing, stop. Okay? If you're not going to be willing to assist me in assisting you in conducting field sobriety exercises, I am going to have to make my decision to place you under arrest or give you a ticket or allow you to leave based off of the observations that I've already observed. Please let me explain. Which, again, the observations I observed. One, you made a U-turn at a sign that blatantly tells you no U-turn on a red light. Stop speaking. Two, when I walked up to the side of your vehicle, it reeked of alcohol. Three, you have a hard time listening to anything I'm telling you.
I listen.
Okay. Four, you have a hard time walking in a straight line. You're having a hard time standing straight right now.
I don't have a hard time.
So based off that,
Please don't take me into jail. Please.
okay, where are you coming from tonight? Let's cut the crap and be honest.
So,
we're both adults.
He wanted me to hear her speak.
Who is she? Again, you're rambling. I don't know who you're talking.
This woman, she helps people that, like, insurance and stuff like that. And so, like, I came here, and I am from, and I drove all the way down here to do that, and to listen to her. And
okay, and again, where are you at right now, or where do you think you're at right now?
I know where I'm at.
Okay, where are you at?
I'm not at, because I went way too far north, where she told me to go. Because I'm from.
Okay, Miss Jennifer, I'm gonna read something to you. Okay, Miss Jennifer, come here. Just hang out right here. Okay.
Please.
I'm gonna read something to you.
We are watching some police body cam footage because despite my best efforts to start later so we can zoom right through lunch the past 2 days, we have not. And I realized that talking for a full hour doing news stories kind of made me a bit hoarse. So I figured we could watch body cams because, well, there's always body cam footage. Oh, this is going to be fun. I think she's going to cooperate. She's going to do great. She's going to listen, do what she's told. Drunk hokey pokey.
Okay, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in court. You have the right to speak with a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions and to have him or her with you during questioning.
Thank you, Tammy Fayette. I was working. Sorry for being late. No problem. You haven't missed very much. There was the friend that was the last person that saw Anna on New Year's Eve. He was a bit wishy-washy, it didn't seem like he was trying to lie or obfuscate things, but it did seem like he wasn't comfortable with maybe saying everything he knew as far as Anna maybe being more than friends with William Fasto and him possibly knowing it, which seems to be a weird hill to kind of die on at this point. But I don't think he did really anything for either side. It was clear that he was incredibly upset and emotional about Anna's loss. But other than that, I don't think we really got anything in there. And then we just had Brian's parole officer and then a gentleman from the Home Depot and an apartment manager. The Home Depot was apparently we need to buy red rum kit number 2 for another $400. And then the apartment manager, Brian, was seen dumping more stuff into a dumpster on the 3rd. So not too much. There were a lot of sidebars this morning. Again, I don't know what's going on.
If you wish,
Ready to have a
wait and allow me to finish, okay? If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to you before any questioning if you wish. If you decide to answer any questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering questions at any time. You also have the right to stop answering questions at any time until you speak with a lawyer. Do you understand each of these rights claimed to you?
no.
No? Okay, which one don't you understand?
I don't understand like how she did this to me. Like that's not okay.
Okay, so I'm going to reread this to you one more time, and I'm going to go a little slower for you, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that?
Sir, I don't think even if you went at 0.5 speed, she's going to get it. I don't think she's capable of understandment at the moment.
All right, Miss Jennifer. All right, we're just going to take it. Yeah, don't do that, Miss Jennifer.
I'm telling you to stop moving, you keep walking away. Okay, he's trying to explain something to you, and you're not listening to him.
Miss Jennifer.
That kind of hurts.
Yeah, it's going to hurt. They're handcuffed. I can fit my finger between both of them, so you're good, okay?
Do you like that if you were a woman? Like if you're...
Okay. Can you just make sure I'm good on that side?
Who does this? What am I being charged of?
I already explained to you 2 times. Hey, we're going to walk to the back door, okay? I'm in a spare, so I got to unlock the front.
Okay.
All right.
No, you're fine. I won't sort of...
Yeah, I know. All right, Miss Jennifer. Go ahead and take a seat, okay? Go ahead and take a seat, Miss Jennifer, okay? All the way. Both legs. You got it? All right. Go ahead and wait right there for me, okay?
Oh, no.
You have to let me go.
Being a babysitter for a fully functional grown adult, I have no patience. I can deal with kids. I have so much grace for kids, for young people, for even young adults. You get this age and you act like a ridiculous toddler with me, we are not going to have fun. This is again why I can't be a cop.
Because you have nothing. You have nothing on me. I'm just saying. What do you have on me?
So I'll explain it to you. I'll give you the...
Yeah.
Okay. So one more time. So do you want me to shut the fuck up or do you want me to talk?
There's nothing in there, and that's not okay. Actually, that's not okay. I want an attorney because he's...
Mr. Officer, I know my constitution and I'm good at yoga. I know a lot and it's against like Independence Day and stuff. We fought the aliens and we won and stuff and I shouldn't go to jail.
Not allowed to get into any of my stuff. So that's actually illegal. He's doing illegal.
Okay.
You, get me out of this. I'm sorry. It hurts really bad.
Yeah.
This really hurts. I need this off of me.
What do you need off of you?
I need
her bra.
Do you want it?
Do I want what?
Do you want handcuffs on you?
I've worn them before. They're not that comfortable.
Ooh, taxi cab confessions with the police officer. You have, sir. I think we'd like to follow up on this line of questioning. And when did you wear the handcuffs and ladies forearm action? Ching.
What do you want him for?
They're not that comfortable.
Back him off of me!
Okay, well that's not gonna happen, especially not.
That's not gonna happen. I mean, that does sound kind of like a feat you'd get a Guinness World Record for. I mean, I don't know that I'd watch the full pay-per-view, but I would be interested to see the physics of it. I'd like Mythbusters to break that down.
Oh, you're yelling. You're such a nice person.
I am.
Yeah.
I'm extremely nice. But, like, holy moly.
All right, Miss Jennifer.
This is not nice, and I do not want to go to jail.
All right, Miss Jennifer, I got to read something to you, okay? I'm now requesting that you submit to a lawful test of your breath for the purpose of determining its alcohol content. Will you take the test?
Oh, 100%. Like, yeah.
Yeah, you'll take the test?
I don't know. Like, should I? Should I mean,
It's
like,
multiple
come
choice,
on.
man.
It's up to you.
I just don't want these. It just hurts.
Yeah. Okay, so I need to answer that question.
At the end of the day, like, can I just go home?
We're
You know, when you're so drunk you can't remember your safe word and or if you're being pulled over. Because the safe word doesn't work in both situations, ma'am. She's like, was it pineapple? Was it rutabaga? Damn it. Was it leek?
past that now.
Okay, then no.
No? Okay. If you refuse to take the test as I have requested of you, your driving privilege will be suspended for a period of 1 year for a first refusal.
1 year?
Yes, ma'am. Or 18 months if your driving privilege has ever been previously suspended, or if you have ever been previously fined under Florida State Statute 327.35215 for refusing to submit to a lawful test of your breath, urine, or blood. Additionally, if you refuse to take the test, ma'am, let me finish. Additionally,
Why would you do this to me?
if you
Why
refuse
would
to
you
take the
do
test
this
I have requested of you,
No, I'm asking.
put your leg in there.
Why?
Don't do that.
In Mo's America, police officers will be issued chloroform, possibly allegedly. Look, I'm just saying, we could get a lot of crime off the street if you just chloroformed people and just ran them in. Because, I mean, here's like an hour and a half of talking. Again, this is why I will never be in power, because I would approve things like that.
Put your legs back inside.
I'm totally fine.
Put your legs back inside the car.
I'm totally
No,
fine.
turn your legs back inside the car.
I'm
Yes,
totally
ma'am.
fine.
Yes, ma'am. Put your legs back inside the car.
No.
Put your leg back inside the car. Put your leg back inside the car. I will close the door on your legs. Put your legs back inside the car.
Close the door
Okay.
on my car.
Albert.
Something is
Well,
wrong
close
with
this
you.
time,
I need to get everything out of that car.
Okay, put your legs back in the car.
No.
Okay. Okay. Now that we've covered that, so I'm going to continue back from where I left off. Okay. If you refuse to take the test I have requested of you,
Yes,
your
I
driving
will.
privilege will be
I will
suspended
take
for a
the
period
test.
of 1 year.
I'll take the test.
Okay.
Right now.
Well, we have to go to the station,
Yeah.
okay?
No, I'll take the test right now, and then also you have to take the things off of me. So yeah, I will take the test right now. Get me out, and I will.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
I
we have.
Move over, Trump, we've got a new negotiator on the table. She's like, look, I'll be willing to do the test, but you're going to have to take these handcuffs up off of me, and I will need my lawyer and to go home now.
To go to the
I'll
police
walk.
station.
No, I'll walk, and
you
I'll
have to go to the police station for you to take
No,
the test.
but
Yeah.
you had all the things that I should do. I am allowed to do walking, and I'm allowed to do the ABCs right now. So let me do that.
I'd like to declare my right to walk and ABC. I have the right to pursue a walk away from here, and I know my alphabet. Sure, I would put those on my LinkedIn.
I already asked you
Let
that and
me
you declined.
No, that's not
Okay.
true.
So at this point,
I did not decline.
Okay.
I did not decline.
She
at
never
all.
declines,
So go ahead,
gentlemen.
And let me
yeah, no, I already,
get me out.
I already explained to you your Taylor warning.
Absolutely not.
Okay, we can't
Absolutely
just
not.
change what we want to do. So
Absolutely not. You did not tell me
Okay.
what you could do. So
All right, Miss
I
Jennifer,
can go.
do you want me to explain something to you, or do you want to just keep talking over me?
I want to keep talking over you because it's not what you're doing.
Well, at least she's effing honest. I mean, you gotta give her points for at least admitting that she's not gonna be listening.
To me is not okay.
Okay.
This is not okay.
Okay.
Like, I
This is
am
just
not,
lunch.
like, a mean person, like, by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay.
No, look, I may not have fully functional gaydar, but I do have, well, C-word dar. I have cunt dar. And I can tell you, ma'am, that no, you're not on the nice person low level C-word. You are on full thunder cow level C-word. So I don't, as I said, my gaydar may be malfunctional, but my C-dar is real good, and you are a C, ma'am.
Are you done?
No, I'm f***ing, like, you and your stupid mustache.
Okay. Do you want me to finish reading this, or
You're
just?
like a like, what do you think you are?
Okay. So I'm gonna restart from the part where you originally declined. Okay. If you refuse to take the test that I requested of you,
I did not.
your
I
driving
did
privilege will
not.
be suspended for a
I
period
did
of
not.
1 year for a first refusal, or 18 months if your driving privilege has ever been previously suspended.
I never refused.
Or if you have been previously
never
fined under Florida State
I
Statute
never
327.35215.
Make me a judge of just drunk courts. I will make these people watch these their body cam footage while I roast the ever-loving hell out of them. If that's not a scared straight program that would make me laugh and allow me to use my power of roast abilities for the betterment of humanity, what else? Thank you so much, Tammy. I saw it on sale and I was like, oh, heck yes. It's one of my mom's favorite movies. And since I have a sister, it's always funny. My mom can never call us the right names when she's talking to either of us. So we always joke that, this is our daughter Dottie, and this is our other daughter, Dottie's sister. So I told my sister that we can share this uniform and alternate being, Dottie and Dottie's sister. If you haven't watched A League of Their Own, it's a great movie. I like it. Before we found out Tom Hanks was a giant weirdo, or I found out Tom Hanks was a giant weirdo.
For refusal to submit to a lawful test of your breath, urine, or blood. Additionally, if you refuse to take the test as I have requested of you, and if your driving privilege has ever been previously suspended, or if you've been previously fined under Florida Statute 327.
All right. Well, I've had about enough of that.
Come on, step out. Yeah, you're gonna step out when I tell you to.
Could you open the process room, please? Thank you.
My mustache is what?
You're gross.
Okay.
Like, seriously?
Yep.
I hope this makes you feel good.
Let me see if I can open it from the inside.
I did nothing. I hope it makes you feel good. Don't stop. Do not hurt my.
Nobody's doing anything.
Yeah, you
Stop.
are. You're hurting my
Stop.
wrist. Stop it.
Ma'am,
Stop
I
it.
already dropped
Just
you, okay?
Let my wrist go. Seriously, something's wrong with you.
Okay.
Stop. I'm not stupid, okay?
Facts not in evidence, and you're the litmus test for normal? Because if so, I'm doing fucking fantastic over here. I mean, if you are the bar by which we should set our behaviors, I feel fully functional as a human being right now, ma'am. You have made my effing day.
Don't. Stop. Seriously, stop.
I'm literally just standing here. Did you just really try to kick me?
You know what you're doing?
Are you serious?
You're
Stop. Lean up against the wall. I'm not gonna play this stuff with you.
You're taking
Stop.
my wrist, and you're
Stop.
like,
No, now you're trying to start people. Yeah, okay.
no. I'm like, where'd you get your degrees? I'm gonna sue you if you do not give me water. I want water right now.
And I would say, ma'am, yes, but the last time we gave water to one of your kind, you melted in the floor and our janitors got pissed off. Besides the fact we had to rehome all the flying monkeys. So no, we can't give you water.
I'm gonna sue you. I am suing you because you are not giving me water. A very fundamental thing. I'm suing you for not giving me water. I want water. Give me water. Hey, you little give me water. You're denying me of, you're denying me of the essence of something that is
like, I don't know, the ability to shut your mouth and follow directions, the essence of being a functional human being, the ability to shut your mouth and maybe pay attention. I don't know. I'm just saying you're pushing back women's suffrage more than I do on the daily.
Going to jail. Like, I need water. I need water. I need water and I need substance. I need water. I need water. I will keep saying it. And like, goddamn, something's wrong with you. Something is wrong with you. You fat asses with your, what is wrong with you guys? I want water. I want water.
Hey, sweetheart, if you weren't so drunk, you might notice you could have done a basic instinct move and maybe you would have gotten water. Now, that's not a particular cave of wonders I ever want to see, so I wouldn't recommend it. Also, I don't know if the cops get paid extra money for hazard pay, because I'm picturing a Sarlacc pit at this moment. So if you weren't so drunk and, focused on being a bitch, you might notice that you could have done a basic instincts move. Again, not sure how much that would have helped with the Sarlacc pit, I'm imagining. But, different strokes for different folks. Bitch, we saw gremlins. We are not putting you in water after midnight. If this is how you are as a mugwai, we are not turning you into a fucking gremlin. Oh, hell no. The power of Christ compels you. Yeah, no. Oh.
Okay? Is that fine for you? Something is wrong.
Did this woman...
Something. So, you. I need water and I need a tampon. Okay?
Now, I don't approve of doing this to puppies, but I think in this case, I think rubbing her nose in it might correct this behavior. Where is Caesar Milan when you need him?
Is that fine for you? Something is wrong with both of you. Like, seriously wrong. All right, I'll bleed everywhere. There.
Oh God, no ma'am, I was joking. Oh God, oh hell. Oh my. What in the name of Jesus jumping Jehoshaphat? Oh, I hope she got to Gitmo after this. Oh, hell no. No, she's removing her,
Yeah, because I'm on my fucking period. Stupid shit. Let me just bleed everywhere. Yeah, do you have a wife? F you, times 500. I don't care.
That escalated. Oh God, what is... No, we are finding something else. There's got to be another Code Blue cam. Look, I have to think about the fact that the defense on this stupid, trial has brought up autoerotic asphyxiation. I will not.
This doesn't phone a friend.
You tell me where I live or what?
Karens are the embodiment of arrogance and
Oh no,
self-righteousness.
these are the... Not with the voiceover. Oh, good Lord.
Concerned only about themselves.
Alrighty. Oh, drunk teacher, we saw... How a teen's Dairy Queen order ended in disaster.
Eastbound on north from 59. I'm right on it. Speed's about 30.
I always love when the minivans are going on the run.
Eastbound on north coming up to 55. Passing in oncoming traffic. We're through the green. Speed's about 45. Still eastbound coming up to 51. Slowing for the red.
You know what always astounds me with these videos? I would... Y'all, the amount of time it would take me to figure out what the street name is, we'd already been past it 100 miles. Like, there is no way I could tell you the cross streets of where we're going. I'd be like, okay, we're passing the Walmart. Now we're passing the old Kroger. We're passing the CVS, not the Walgreens. The Walgreens is up the road.
Still through the road. Still eastbound on north from 51. Speed's about 45. Medium traffic. Eastbound north from 49 coming up to Lisbon.
Oh, no. That's why my Amazon order's late.
Through the red eastbound at Lisbon. Eastbound from 46 and north. Past the car and oncoming traffic. Back in the right way of traffic coming up to Sherman. Through the green at Sherman and north. Gonna be going north on Grant from North Ave.
Also, why do they always run into a residential neighborhood? I'd go on like a straight highway and haul ass.
Northbound Grant from Heineke.
Not that I've thought about it.
Speed's about 35.
Ooh, nice houses though. I love that I'm house shopping
from Sherman. Speeds are
Trace.
about 50. Went through the stop sign at about 47.
He soon failed to navigate a turn and crashed into a light pole, after which both occupants fled on foot.
Still continuing westbound on Heineke, coming back up to about 58. Crash, crash, 58 and Heineke.
Well, I mean, that stops running.
Car is clear. You went westbound. Into pursuit, westbound. I'm a fucking patient.
In Moe's America, if you make someone run, you are allowed to tase them. I don't like running. I've never gotten the runner's high. I think it's a lie.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground! While one officer captured the passenger, the other pursued Shamar until a fence defied the law of gravity.
Get on the ground! Roll with him! Roll over! Do it! Give me your back! Get on the ground! On the ground!
Dude, I'm playing.
Okay, first of all, that portly-ish gentleman was never going over that chain link fence. That was never gonna happen. I speak as someone who used to be semi-fluffy. That was never gonna happen, okay?
I don't care how old you are! Shut up! Hand behind your back.
2419, behind 2419, in the alleyway off Meineke.
49-2 in custody. I'll grab it.
No, you don't know what's
Yeah, I'll grab it. Relax.
Okay, wait. How do you sag really tight shorts? Like, I could understand if they're baggy, but how are you essentially sagging or showing your behind in what are shorts so tight they could be bike shorts? Now, I have never claimed to be on top of fashion, so maybe it's a new look. I don't think it's a good one, but the 80s had front pleated pants, and if Meredith Baxter Bonery couldn't make those work, I don't know why anyone else decided to try, but boy did the 80s try.
Right here, around the corner.
Could you grab my teeth?
Yep, it's right there.
Could you grab it?
Hold on.
No, this is it.
No, what?
Yep.
His teeth?
Yeah, go grab it.
Negative, I only saw 2 bail.
You okay? You injured at all?
No.
You're not injured?
No.
I'm gonna roll you over, okay? You got anything on you, boss?
No.
You don't have anything on you? Okay. You're not injured at all, okay? Okay, I'm gonna sit you up. Just sit up, all right? Catch your breath.
Can you put that in my mouth? My boy. Can you put the gorilla in my mouth?
Not right now.
I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, we got 2.
Okay.
We're gonna make sure it goes with you.
Ooh, we got Chip.
What is this, 49, right?
Yeah, 2419, 49.
All right, you good? Can you stand up?
This is Code Blue Cam. They tend to do a lot of Wisconsin, Fond du Lac, and other places. There are certain people on Code Blue Cam that have like an entire series. Again, if you know the local cops and have a dedicated playlist of your body cam interactions with cops, maybe pick a new sport.
That's mine.
While searching Chamar, officers found a driver's license and credit card belonging to another individual, which was later confirmed to be stolen.
That's all I want. I'm not resisting anybody.
That's why I grabbed his stuff. See a squad in the crash. You got the whole neighborhood coming out.
You're not injured at all, are you? Okay.
You guys got a path? Huh? Where's this path? Right here? No, he came from the alley. I got him right here. 63, we're going to walk him southbound out to Meineke.
Right over here, right around here.
That's mine, yeah.
Thank you.
Did he find his retainer?
Appreciate it. Oh, yeah. We were fast enough. I'm really sorry about that, man. Thanks.
She's gonna have to explain to her landlord. She's like, no, it was the police. It was the police. They rode on the lawn, and I hope she's taking video footage so her landlord doesn't get pissed off at her.
Oh yeah, they're burning right now. He's right here. Walking back with him.
While we talking up the ground, I started going to shoot me. That's why I pulled off. When you first pull up someone else, you don't just pull your gun out.
You ran into a telephone pole.
You don't just pull nobody up.
You didn't pull over. You failed to turn and ran into a telephone pole. But I do like your creative storytelling because that's an interesting narrative tale with the facts presented by the video cam.
Up the door.
Not in our house.
No, this was a bitch. Don't ever put your gun up. I don't got no weapon. Just
okay. No. We got information in the car you're stolen, that's why.
Your car's not stolen.
Okay.
No, yep, you'll check. That's my mom's car.
Okay, sounds good.
Stolen. The one you're gonna have to crash. You crashed into it. Car isn't stolen.
You know, I don't think he's sagging those. I just think they don't fit. They don't fit.
You saw my car for me.
Did y'all grab my shoes? There's no one in that backyard. That black shoe.
I'll grab them.
Did you put it on my foot? Could I get that one?
Holy crap, this man dropped more evidence than Brian Walshe. His teeth, his shoes, credit cards from other people. I mean, his shorts.
One on my feet.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Thank you. Is that all his stuff?
Yeah, this is everything put down back there, minus the shoe, whatever he's talking about.
No, he lost in the yards.
Right here.
Perfect. Thank you.
Go ahead. Was it really involved in the crash or an unoccupied vehicle? Or...
Can you roll down the window for me? Yeah. Huh? I'm trying. I'm gonna go find his phone.
Yeah, we'll do.
Okay, and the contact.
In the end, Chamar was charged with felony counts of operator fleeing, eluding an officer, causing bodily harm, first-degree recklessly endangering safety, ×2, second-degree recklessly endangering safety, misdemeanor hit and run, and he was eventually released on a $10,000 cash bond. 6 months later, Chamar was found guilty of 3 felony counts.
You don't
The remaining
say.
charges were dismissed, but read in. The 12-year-old female passenger was charged with fraudulent use of a credit card, party to a crime, and resisting obstructing an officer. As for the unidentified passenger who fled first from the traffic stop, they were never located or identified. Ultimately, Shamar was sentenced to 2 years in the Wisconsin State Prison.
So the lesson in this is if you're gonna crime, have a really slow friend and make sure that they're with you to be the decoy, basically. Yeah, a 12-year-old is kind of upsetting that they would be in prison. Oh, this
Is there a
looks
gun in
like...
that? Do not reach in that center console again. I'm gonna have you step out of the car for me right now. Okay? Take the seatbelt out. Take the seatbelt off.
What are you
Out of the
doing?
car. Out of the car. I think there was a 32 in that center console.
Out of the car.
Hands behind your back. Put him.
Buffalo Bill has a cousin? Also, did anyone check this man's basement?
Behind your back.
When officers show up at a local school after reports of a man refusing to leave, they had no idea how messy this situation is about to get.
Oh, I spot a My Little Pony. This is a brony. We're gonna need backup. This is a brony.
What starts as a routine call quickly turns tense, and as they dig into why he's there, his shady past starts coming out.
Like trying to get little girls to get in his truck, follow little girls, and nice hair tie type of thing. Just a lot of that kind of behavior. So
On the afternoon of April 24th, 2025, around 2:34 p.m., an Eau Claire police officer receives a report about a man at an elementary school in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, who refuses to leave, prompting the school to go into lockdown. As the officer heads toward the school, he spots the suspect's truck pulling from the property and initiates a traffic stop.
Sam 134 headquarters. I'll be stopped in that vehicle in front of Putnam on the perimeter. Copy the 28. Sam Zebra 4329. Sam Zebra 4329. Can you roll down the window for me, sir? You can leave the keys out. I'm just gonna pop the door, okay? Is that all right?
No, that's not good.
Okay. What's going on, sir?
I forgot to stop at the stop sign. I was just really tapping inside. Sorry about that.
Okay, and then
So,
just
sorry about that.
take the keys out for me. What's your name, sir?
Oh, it's Andre. How are you doing this morning?
Andre, do you have an ID on you?
Yeah, I do, sir. What was your name?
I'm Officer Knop.
Okay, what was your first name?
I'm not gonna give you my first name right now. His name.
Yeah, no, you're not no, we do not give demons our first name. It's like the first thing that you learn on Charmed and I think Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And we are, covering all of our bases because I have no idea what in the extraterrestrial we are dealing with.
It's Andre. All I did was...
Don't.
I was just...
Is there a gun in that? Do not reach in that center console again.
Okay.
I'm gonna have you step out of the car for me right now. Okay? Take the seatbelt out. Take the seatbelt off. Out of the car.
What are you
Out of the
doing?
car. Out of the car. I think there was a 32 in that center console.
Out of the car.
Hands behind your back. Behind your back.
Second Amendment. I'm like...
The Second Amendment doesn't mean you can run stop signs. Now, I may not be a legalologist, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't apply.
Stop sign accidentally? Second Amendment right. You're okay. I'm not doing anything to you.
Sam 104 headquarters, one in custody.
You're okay. I rolled past the stop sign. That's all.
Okay, do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Anything sharp or pokey at all?
No.
I'll allow it.
I'm a good person.
That's clear.
All I did was roll a stop sign. I'm sorry. Everything's okay. Relax.
Walk back here.
Rainbow
It's the Second Amendment. I'm allowed to protect myself. You don't need to
Sam
freak out.
104 headquarters. You can let the school know that it's 10-2.
I got him.
What are you doing? I rolled a stop sign. That's all I did. What are you doing?
Okay, we'll be talking to you in just a second.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to remind people the Second Amendment exists when he's trying to creep around an elementary school. And look, officer, as a person who used to be fluffy, look, I'm gonna need you to be able to run after the bad guys, okay? Like, I get it. We all hate running. Look, I hate cardio as much as the next chick who likes to strength train. I get it. But I am going to need you to not die at a 1 mile, walk. So small steps, healthier life. I'm gonna need you to keep these jackasses away from children, so be healthy.
All I did. It's a Second Amendment right.
Have a seat.
I didn't mean to keep it. You have no right to do this to me.
Officers have just detained 32-year-old Andre Shashuga. While they know little about him at the moment, the school district administration has enough information, and the officers will be brought up to speed shortly.
Open the center console, grab his wallet, and you saw 32.
Okay. Did we get an ID on him?
Let me check that wallet.
Here, I've got a Dunn County District Attorney's Office. Andre
Kuga. 10-4, can you run Andre?
Yeah, there is a 32 here.
Yep.
And a knife. So,
Looks real to me.
yeah, we need to find out what connection
Go ahead.
he has to the school at all, if any.
10-4, can you advise if he's a felony offender? I'm going to clear this.
I think, what all has he been convicted of, and how far away should he be away from the school, and which trebuchet should we use to make sure he, achieves that distance and airtime, allegedly in Minecraft or adjudicatedly when Mo runs America.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Wait a second, Hester.
I dig it.
Loaded. One in the chamber.
Should I go talk to the school? Are you good with him, or do you want?
Yeah, I'll be
one
good
more
with him.
person?
I'm gonna put this in my trunk for now.
Yeah.
Lock it up, and I'll Mirandize him and try and
Find out why he's here.
Why he's here.
Okay, I'll question the school to see what he actually did while he was here, or what. Because if he came in and must have given them the negative vibe or something that they.
I'm gonna check his wallet to see if there is a CCW in there. If there is one, I'll have him run them.
Perfect.
For the backup officer, important details about Andre's history with the school come up quickly while talking with the school's counselor.
So I just saw some of the notes. You're
I think so,
familiar with
yeah.
this person?
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
So we've gotten word that he shows up in our parking lot to call the police.
Yeah.
So we scrambled, got all the kids in, put him on hold, called you guys. He was parked right out front.
Okay.
He's had a couple of other interactions with our principal and whatever else in the past.
Okay.
And I understand from Chippewa and a bunch of other schools. So he's
Was trying to get hired or something?
I think he was. Yeah, he applied for a job a while back, didn't get it.
Okay.
Finally, a screening program that works. He applied for a job and he didn't get it.
What kind of job was he looking for?
It was a Russian BEA, bilingual assistant.
Oh, okay.
Essentially. And so, yeah, but just like kind of showing up for work when he wasn't hired,
Right,
really
yeah.
bizarro kind of
No
things.
real valid
No real
reason
valid
for
reason, and
being here. No
None.
kids or anything
None.
like that. No
None.
connection.
No connection whatsoever. And so just the flakiness of it.
I'm not familiar with the Wisconsin area. Is there a large sort of Russian community that they would need a lot of Russian interpreters? I mean, maybe there is. I don't know. I just don't see Russian being big on the languages needed. But there could be a giant Russian population.
Was enough for concern. And I know we don't have any, and when I say we, I mean the school district, there's no restraining order or anything, but I really feel like we got to get to that point.
Yeah, I
because
think
I got
we may.
430 kids that are now like, what's going, it's unsettling. And staff, another 100 staff members, so I got 600 people that are like, what's going on?
So did he walk up to the office or anything?
We were directed to not.
Okay.
And
so you recognize the truck first?
That unicorn gives it away.
Yeah,
on the front.
no,
That's our signal. Sadly, we have to have a signal. I'm like, unicorn guy's here. And I'm the school counselor.
Yeah, they should probably trespass him. I mean, at this point, it could be harassment. And yeah, definitely there are sort of higher standards for safety and things like that.
Our principals are at a meeting.
Okay.
Classic, right?
Thanks for taking charge and being aware of everything.
I credit my secretary. He's like, he's here. And I said, all right, I'll lock it down. Let's get him in. Let's do whatever. I mean,
Okay.
It's just
So
unsettling.
you were given the heads
I
up
was given
that
heads up that he's in a lot, and we didn't.
and other schools have
Yep.
had that information
And
as
I've been
well.
told not to, because I'm the guy that'll come out and talk to him in person.
Yeah.
And I've been directed not to.
Yep.
Talk through the glass only, whatever. So that's just, again,
No.
there isn't anybody else in town that we have that directive from. So that
Right.
tells me that for whatever
Something's
reason,
going on,
exactly.
and yeah, to take the proper
Correct.
precautions.
Yeah.
And you did exactly the
All right.
right thing. Where was he parked over here?
Right in front. He got a row that faces the building. So I couldn't, actually, my
Okay.
secretary can tell you the exact.
Sure. So in an actual spot,
Oh, yeah.
not like.
See where that gray truck is? He would have pulled up right there.
Okay.
Right there.
Okay, so
like
not
that,
next to the-
Toyota.
Just like that Toyota.
Okay.
It quickly becomes clear to this officer that Andre's situation is complicated, especially given how his conversation is going with the first officer. And let's be real, when things start spiraling like this, whether it's legal trouble or just figuring out why you're paying for
La 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 la. Although, well played on you, Blue Cam, for, seamlessly adding your
I will do
sponsorship.
so as a free citizen here that did nothing wrong. I'm sorry for rolling the stop sign.
Okay.
That was
Oh no, not a file sovereign citizen. That has to be the final form of God no Pokemon of humanity. Child grossness sovereign citizen? Ew. That's like a combination of terrible.
getting my ID as you asked.
Okay. Andre, do you have a concealed carry license?
I have an Indiana permit.
You have an Indiana permit. When did?
We take no responsibility in Indiana for this man. I've never seen him. He doesn't go here. And we wear pink on Wednesdays. Oh, crap. He is wearing pink. Look, he's a traveler on the land, and the land of Indiana doesn't claim him.
Sure.
When did you? Do you have that in your wallet?
Usually I do, but I came here after 2020 just to be with family.
Okay.
So
You say you have an Indiana concealed carry permit?
it's an Indiana permit.
Just an Indiana
It's registered
permit.
in Indiana. I'm from there, from IU area.
Okay. What kind of permit is it?
It's just there they have it's just Second Amendment right. You have the right to protect yourself, so it's just registered there. That's it.
Okay. How long have you been living in Wisconsin for?
Just since 20.
I don't think that's right, but again, I wouldn't take legal advice from myself or this man. Check out, local force multiplier concealed carry laws in your own locality. Do not take Andre or my advice.
2020.
Since 2020,
So
so for
is
the
it-
last 5 years?
A few years, 2021, 20, something like that.
Hey, is there a supervisor or someone that could come up here? We've got probably a fairly significant concern from the school district of a guy that came right up to the school, and we found a loaded handgun on him in his car. And yeah. Okay, no, would you mind messaging one of them and just have them stop up? We're questioning the guy now, right in front of Putnam Heights School on a traffic stop.
Sorry to scare you guys. I didn't mean to do that.
Okay.
I just got too happy. I rolled the stop sign. He needs new brake pads and.
Okay.
It's
Well,
not good.
what was your purpose in coming to the school today?
I want to talk to the principal.
Okay.
To show her. I went to the office there. That piece of paper. They told me one thing because another officer he got chewed out by the sergeant for a front license plate thing on my new truck or whatever, and But I just wanted to give it a second chance to be like, look, nothing happened. Let me explain to you. They didn't tell me, just something like that. But I'm not gonna bother doing it because I'm just gonna move on and do my other things.
Okay.
But I just want to talk to the principal because the interview went really well and it was really good. I just want to talk to her.
So
The interview went really well, you say? Sure.
You interviewed with the principal?
Yeah, earlier. And they still need that person, so I wanted to give it a second chance. Maybe.
Okay. Did they tell you they didn't want to hire you?
No, they said they did, but like that piece of paper says, it says if you pay, then it's off. But all I had to do was show up and say nothing happened.
What piece
Because the
of paper?
sergeant chewed out that person and fired him. So.
What piece of paper?
Oh, that you saw up there.
On the front passenger seat?
Yeah. So that was from a few years ago. But to work at a school, if it's just a citation, it doesn't matter. And the lady at the office told me wrong anyways. That's just what I was going to explain to her.
Okay. But you haven't...
No, sir, it means you can't be within 500 feet of the school, not you can be anywhere in 500 feet of the school. Read your court rules correctly, sir.
Interview was going there.
You have not been hired here, correct?
You what?
You have not gotten a job.
Not officially, but I was in the interview process, and they definitely needed me.
Did the staff ask you to leave today?
No, they did not. I just rang the doorbell and walked away.
Okay.
And all I did was roll the stop sign. I'm sorry. I'm not in California. Can't do that.
And you said you have a permit in Indiana.
Yes, sir. It's registered there.
To carry a firearm.
Yes, sir.
But nothing in Wisconsin. You haven't gotten any permitting
I went to
or
one
anything?
class. I got to keep going, but you got to protect yourself in this country. So.
Okay. Hang tight with me for just a second.
Who knows what's out there?
Watch your knees.
No, you're out there. That's why people need to protect themselves. I think you've gotten this entire situation a little bit wonky, sweetie. And I'm going to guess that you think that hairstyle is attractive. No.
Both officers regroup to go over their notes and fill the team in. More questions pop up about Andre and his criminal history that still need answers.
Going armed on school grounds, I just want to read that statute to make sure.
Yeah, just so we know, or just so you know, the
Andre Sachuga.
He's always up at like the church.
He had some Dunn County paperwork too from a district account.
Mental health he seems a little bit off. Yeah, right
He's
now.
like trying to get little girls to get in his truck and follow little girls and nice hair tie type of thing. Just a lot of that kind of behavior. So,
but a gun was not displayed or anything at the school or anything. We just came upon it in the traffic stop. So just so we're clear on that.
we can search it. It can't stay there.
Yeah.
So we'll search it, get it towed, get him down for a recorded interview room. We'll go get pictures of the front door, which I'm sure there's postings, no firearms.
All right, Andre, we're gonna head down to the police department for now, and so we can talk in a room that's not the car, okay?
Okay, about what?
Just about what happened here today, okay?
I rolled the stop sign. I'm sorry. I'll keep the firearm somewhere else. I'm sorry. I'm not from here. And you had no right to take me out of my vehicle just because I was getting my ID. Absolutely no right to do that.
While Andre fights for his rights, the unit back at the scene finds more reasons to investigate his past during the car search.
Not here. There's a laptop here too. Is that something we're gonna potentially?
Oh God.
Got
Zip ties, and we've got so many unicorn stuffies that I'm sure are going to have all the forensic evidence.
Zip ties and a steak knife exposed.
Another concealed. He's not a felon though, so knives.
Matches. Another mag. Here's a notepad saying stand, hold the line, no retreat, no surrender, don't run or attract, God wins the battle, chest plate,
Okay.
strength from divine God, being strong in God,
Kind of concerning.
warrior of light, spiritual armor. Yeah, it's kind of
Take pictures of it. I don't think we have to take it.
yeah.
Yeah, he's got a whole bunch of
Just
addresses and stuff written down in here.
yeah, just kind of page through that whole brick of 9mm ammo. Definitely.
Holy God, what is this?
The other thing that card there, I didn't get a chance to decipher kind of what's all on there, but
This the Dunn County took his gun.
oh, I didn't
They got it back.
didn't see that.
And as the officers dig deeper after the car search, Andre's shocking criminal history starts to come out.
We just had
Okay, no one is shocked that this man has a criminal history. We're shocked that he's back out in public, to be honest.
an information case on the 19th of this month, Perkins, involving him, just saying Kohl's department store manager wanted to report concerns with a former employee making staff uncomfortable. So I guess he worked at Kohl's.
That was written in one of those books that I was skimming through.
Okay.
He had handwritten like places to work and Kohl's.
Okay.
There's not enough Kohl's cash to make him an associate.
We've got enough history here of calls. Let's see. The vehicle actually registers to his same last name, only a lot older guy. So, yeah. And he is listed banned all UWAC property twice. Actually, no, it's just listed on here twice. Putsy banned him from Calvary Baptist Church. Involvements. Bail jumping on February 19th. Yeah, we had a vehicle assist on the 17th of this month, undesirable on the 13th of this month, check person on the 13th this month, another vehicle assist, check person, undesirable, disturbance DC, check person, information, check person. That's all this year.
He doesn't have to be anywhere near a school with a gun.
Inside the police department, though, Andre has his defenses ready as he sits with the detectives for an interview.
So, do you
I mean, this man is a legal scholar. I'm willing to hear what he has to say.
just kind of walking us through like what's going on today? That best you know?
Well, I know I want to work. So I need to go to school more to do more like education, maybe a master's in education or something like that. So a year ago, I tried to get this. I got the job for this. The principal there, she was really nice. I know they really needed me to help with the students there, but I just got hopeful about it since that was a few years ago. Because the Menominee, a cop stopped me for not having a place to attach my license plate to my Toyota Tacoma. It's a new one. So he stopped me for no reason, got chewed out by the sergeant, all this. That's what I was trying to explain to this principal, like, hey, I'm a good person, the kids would love me. They told me if I paid, it would not go on there. It'd be like a little baby citation or something, it wouldn't matter. But because of that, they don't want to hire me or whatever. And then whatever, I heard him say over the radio.
It's the ticket. It's the ticket is the reason, not the fact that you look like Timu, Michael Bolton, and thank Jesus, we are back in the courtroom. So Timu, Michael Bolton of, well, not being able to be near schools. We are back.
What's the session?
So that conversation we had about the photo earlier, Commonwealth used a photo that is blurred out.
Excuse me, Your Honor?
The Commonwealth is to use the photo that is blurred out.
The blurry one.
The blurring one, and that's upon the representation that the defense is not contesting that that is a photo of her. Correct?
No, the blurred one is fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, and there's no dispute that that's a photo of her, and you're content with me saying that to the jury?
Yes, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sure.
I'm so used to being able to skip ahead on these boring parts. Look, I start later because I reject your reality and insert my own, where I can fast forward. Well, someone's having fun. Walshe should have a wrench. I don't know. I'll have to look at YouTube. I don't know what's going on.
Presenting, all rise. Please be seated. Court's now in session. Turn up your cell phones, please.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Christopher Bernasconi. Judge, you just call me, please. Please, clerk, just raise your right hand for me, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm testimony you shall give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. Please step right this way. Just do me a favor, just take the time, just watch your step. Here, you can have a seat, just pull that one close.
Okay, I really like this bailiff, but he also looks a lot like the Zodiac. So I would feel both comforted and terrified that he's behind me pushing my chair.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, it's Christopher Bernasconi, and the last name is Bernasconi.
Where do you work, sir?
I work for TJ Maxx.
What do you do for TJ Maxx?
I'm a district loss prevention manager for District 1102, which is Metro Boston.
I thought you were going to say I'm a greeter. I don't work with humans. I work with security prevention. He's a people person. He get some booze in him. He just give him a Zima and he's just wild at parties.
And how long have you been with TJ Maxx?
30 years.
And within Metro Boston, does that include the Norwell store?
It does not.
It does not. Have you had the opportunity to review videos from the Norwell store, though?
Yes.
And have you been designated as the keeper of records for TJ Maxx for those videos?
Yes.
And have you helped produce those videos prior to coming to court today?
Yes.
Did you review them and make sure that they were that they had not been altered in any way?
Yes.
One of the videos, though, there's a person that's blurred. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Is that done because the person wasn't 18?
That is correct.
Now, the videos that you turned over, that you helped produce from TJ Maxx, that was done in January of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And TJ Maxx, they maintain their videos in the normal course of business?
Correct.
And they are done in good faith?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Sir, is this the drive that you were looking at that had the videos from TJ Maxx on it?
It is.
It is for January 4th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seems to have the drive of the January 4th, 2023 TJ Maxx video from Norwell.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
And the TJ Maxx thumb drive 1423 is now in evidence as Exhibit 263.
Your Honor, may the Commonwealth publish Exhibit 263?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can we have the first video entrance? And Ms. Gilman, if you could press pause. Sir, where is this in the Norwell store?
This is referred to as the entry public view monitor, capturing the entrance of the TJ Maxx in Norwell.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 1 minute and 28 seconds on the video player? And Mr. Bernasconi, at the top of the video is a label. That is, do you see that? 2003-0104? The title of the video?
Yes.
You see that?
I do.
Okay. And the time on the video, is it fair to say that's 9:44 and 24 seconds as far as the start time?
That's correct.
Sir, are there any issues with the TJ Maxx videos as far as the accuracy of their time?
They're very accurate.
If you could press play.
What part of a murder kit are you getting at TJ Maxx? Throw pillows? Good point.
Ms. Gilman, could we have the second video cue? And Ms. Gilman, could you go to 8 minutes and 12 seconds on the video player, media player? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if you could press play. Sir, where is this in the store?
This is the public view monitor in the queue line, which is essentially the checkout area.
Okay, whoever had belt, you were right.
And Ms. Gilman, can we go to the final video for Register 4? Sir, where is this in the store?
This is above the cash register, Register 4, I believe.
I don't know what Dockers and a belt are going to do. Maybe he was pre-buying his court attire. Ooh, are those Sansabelt? Are they elastic in the waistband? Male maternity pants? Could be. New socks. And a something. Oh, he's buying things with, I think, Anna's gift cards.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And Your Honor, may I approach one last time?
You may.
Mr. Berlusconi, do you recognize this document?
I do.
Is this a receipt for the transaction that you just showed us videos of?
It is.
The Commonwealth would seek to have the receipt from TJ Maxx for January 4th from Norwell as the next exhibit.
Any objection?
No objection.
The receipt that corresponds to Exhibit 263 is now in evidence as 264.
And Your Honor, may the Commonwealth
Publish it, yes?
publish it? I just want to make sure I caught it to the court reporter.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Mr. Berlusconi, what is the address for this store?
It's 10 Washington Street, Norwell, Massachusetts.
And does this share a parking lot with another TJX store?
Yes, the home goods division.
And could we go all the way down to the bottom? Right there. Sir, how is this transaction conducted? Was it cash or charge?
It was a store value card used to make payment in this particular transaction.
And how much was the transaction for?
$133.94.
And going all the way down to the bottom, if we may, what was the date and time of the transaction?
January 4th, 2023 at 9:53:59 a.m.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
No cross? Witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Alyssa Kirby.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you'll give in the cause now in hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You can be seated.
You just follow me, please, okay? Take your time, just watch your step. You can have a seat. Just pull that chair a little tight.
Okay.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your name?
Yes, Alyssa Kirby, ALISSA, KIR, B as in boy, Y.
And where were you living in December of 2022?
I was living in Chevy Chase, Washington, D.C.
And were you familiar with Anna and Brian Walsh?
Yes.
And how were you familiar with the Walshes?
We were friends. I was introduced through my brother and sister-in-law.
And what's your brother's name?
Peter Kirby.
And so how would you characterize your relationship with Anna Walsh?
Yeah. Anna and I quickly became really close friends. And yeah, we were new best friends, we called it. And we spent a lot of time together. We just kind of clicked like sisters.
And when did you become so close?
Shortly after she moved to Washington, D.C. and lived nearby.
So you said she lived nearby?
Yes.
Can you tell us how far she lived from you?
About 5 minutes around the corner, 5-minute walk.
And how often would you see her when you, once she moved to Washington, D.C.?
I would say we planned to try to see each other about once a week. It wasn't always that, but about that.
And how often would you communicate with her?
Similarly, about once a week, or when she would come back to D.C., we'd talk about when we could meet up and hang out.
And did you know Will Fastow?
I knew of him, yes.
And how did you know of Will Fastow?
Shortly after I started spending more time with Anna, she would talk to me about him as the man who sold her house, but then her interest in him and just hearing a lot about him as a person.
And what did she tell you about him?
She told me of that she was interested in him, that she had a crush on him, but it was a lot more talk about their connection and, like, I guess what she wanted to have happen with him and her, I guess, just her interest.
And what did she tell you about telling Brian Walsh about this crush on Will Fastow?
She told me that she was open with Brian about her crush on Will and that he knew.
In Christmas of 2022, did you have communication with Brian Walsh on that day?
Yes.
And how did that happen?
Brian called me that day, and because he rarely or almost never called me, I answered, and he was looking for Anna because he said he hadn't heard from her. And so because she lived around the corner, I offered to go over there and check on her.
And what happened? Did you go over and check on her?
As I was getting ready to go, he had messaged me back that he had gotten in touch with her.
So when you say that you had talked to him first and offered to check on her, did you do that in text, on the phone, or something else?
I believe that first time was a phone call, and then later was a text message.
And do you remember what time of day that phone call was?
Not exactly, but maybe I feel like it was noon or early afternoon.
Okay. And what was his demeanor when you spoke to him on the phone?
That day, I think he was worried or a little bit nervous.
And approximately how long was it after you had spoken to him that he texted you?
I think it was within like 10 minutes because I was getting ready to go, and it was fast enough that I hadn't left yet.
And did you speak with Anna Walsh that day on Christmas Day?
Yes.
And when did you speak with Anna Walsh that day?
It was late, much later that day in the afternoon. I was already with family for the holiday, and she called me as she was driving up to Massachusetts.
And what was her demeanor when she called you?
She was very upset.
And when you say very upset, can you describe that?
Yeah, she was angry, and she was upset that Brian would have called me that day because, she said that she'd only not spoken to him for like an hour and a half or 2 hours, that it really hadn't been that long. And, there was already some strife, and then she had...
Disdained, non-responsive. So I'll strike the last part. Ask the next question.
Certainly. So how long did you speak with her for that day?
Maybe like 20 minutes.
And did you arrange to see her again?
Yes.
And when did you plan to see Anna Walsh?
I can't remember exactly when we planned it, but I know we had planned a day to get together right before New Year's to kind of see each other, hang out, catch up, and like celebrate like a New Year's together.
And did you see her to have that celebration?
Yes.
And what day was that you saw her to have that celebration?
I believe it was the 29th.
And that was the 29th of what month?
Oh, December.
Of 2022.
Correct.
And where did you go?
We went a few places. We started at the bar that was across from where we lived, that we'd been to a few times. And then we later went out to a karaoke dancing bar.
And how long did you stay out that night?
Like 6 hours.
So, what was her demeanor that night?
So that night, because of what happened after Christmas, she was really upset. She was kind of breaking down because everything had been really hard, which Anna was always a very strong person, so that was very unusual for her. And she was just really upset about so much. She really hit a breaking point. And we talked about a lot of things because she was so upset.
Ms. Kirby, can you tell me what she was upset about?
She was primarily upset about her and Brian's relationship, about being so far away from the kids, and feeling like she was upset having found out that the federal case was delayed, or she thought the federal case was delayed by Brian, and that she just really wanted to be with her kids. Their marriage had been really strained for a long time, and she told me how like upset she was and how frustrating that was, and how she was really at a breaking point.
Jurors, I'm going to remind you that the statements that are being offered with regard to Anna Walsh's state of mind are admissible, again, limited to establishing her state of mind, as is relevant to the defendant's motive to kill. To the extent that such state of mind evidence includes statements describing the defendant's federal case, honest statements are admitted only to show the defendant's motive and not to show that he had a bad character or propensity to commit any criminal offense. You may proceed.
Thank you. Had you seen her like this before?
No. Anna was usually someone very, very happy, very joyful, very strong.
Okay, no characterizations, just your observations. Next question.
When talking, did she use specific words about what she had said to the defendant? Which she had said to Brian Walsh about the legal case?
What she told me about that was that she was upset because she wanted him to take responsibility. She wanted their family together. She wanted that whole process to be over, and she wanted him to be responsible, be accountable, and do whatever he had to do to keep their family together.
And what did she mean? What did she tell you that she meant by the word responsibility?
Yeah, at that point in time, responsibility was potentially just taking jail time and admitting wrongdoing and just owning a mistake, and so that their family, that she would be waiting for them and that their family could be together.
Did she give you specifics of what she had told you about the amount of time?
I think it was all an estimate, but at the time she thought maybe a year.
What did she tell you about the physical separation and her family staying together?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're asking.
I'm sorry, I didn't ask that well. What did she tell you about being in different states and what that physical separation might mean?
Yeah, that it was really difficult for the family, but that also, because of how difficult things were, she was contemplating what that could mean legally being able to take her children to Washington, D.C., and also the physical separation from a husband was very difficult for her.
What, if anything, did she tell you about having established a separate household?
That she had told me that everything was set up in her name, the house in Washington, D.C., and the bills were, everything was in her name. So she was trying to figure out a way that she could have the kids with her in D.C.
What, if anything, did she tell you about her intimate relationship with Brian Walsh?
She told me that, aside from everything being really difficult, that they had not been intimate in a really long time, like maybe over a year, I think she had said.
And what did she tell you as to why?
She said it was because that Brian had been really depressed and that the strain of the case had really just taken a toll on his mental health and their marriage, and that she felt also that that her energy was being really drained. Yeah.
Was she specific about what she meant by her energy being drained?
Yeah, at that time, she was saying that Brian was calling her several times a day, that she felt physically and emotionally exhausted traveling back and forth from DC to Massachusetts. It was just a lot on her body, mind, soul, and spirit, and that, that also just like emotionally feeling like she had to be the strong one was very draining for her.
What did she tell you about Brian and his mother?
Do we have 8 hours?
She had always said that.
Your Honor, objection. I'll see you at the side of the bench.
And sorry, JKD Buck, this is one of Anna's friends that she met when she was living down in Washington, D.C. The defense made a big point to say that Alyssa Kirby, Anna's best friend, was not aware of her having an affair with William Fasto. But the more that people are coming forward that actually knew Anna and Brian, even tangentially, there seems to be a lot more going on in this marriage than the defense would like to have you believe. That's going to make, she suddenly died and he panicked that everyone was going to blame him seem really odd.
Ms. Kirby, in this conversation on December 29th, what did she tell you about Brian and his mother and a psychic?
She told me that Brian had told her that his mom went to a psychic and that the psychic had said that she was having an affair. And that night she told me how ridiculous that was and how like she was very upset by that. And she'd always felt that Brian's mom didn't like her, and that it was scary.
Okay, to be fair, Miss Cleo was right on this. I mean, she was having an affair. So was she more upset that a psychic was actually right, or I don't know.
Did she say why? Why that was scary?
Yeah, I think because she always.
Objection as to, I think.
Yes, sustained.
Did she say why? Not your opinion, just did she say why in that conversation?
Yes, what she said as to why was that she felt like his mom never really liked her and never like wanted her in the picture, basically.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're scared.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask to publish from one picture from Exhibit 145 on page 39.
It's already in evidence?
It is already in evidence,
You may
just the picture.
You may publish it.
Thank you. Ms. Kirby, do you recognize that picture? Yes. Can you tell me who's that a picture of?
Picture of me and Anna.
And when was that picture taken?
That night we went out on the 29th.
I'm sorry, did you say that was the night from the 29th? That was during that night of December 29th? Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you see Anna Walshe after the evening of December 29th into December 30th, because you said you were out late, of 2022?
No.
When did, if you know, when did she leave for Massachusetts?
She left that next day on the 30th.
And when did you expect her to return to Washington, D.C.?
I think she had said like the third or fourth. It was a few days after New Year's. She was planning to come back.
Of January?
Correct.
Okay. And when was the last time that you communicated with Anna Walshe?
Right after midnight on New Year's Day.
And after that exchange with Anna Walsh on New Year's Day, right after midnight, did you get texts from Brian Walsh?
Yes, on the 2nd.
Your Honor, I'd ask to get an exhibit and then approach.
You may.
I'm approaching with exhibit 164.
164?
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
You want to just look at that for a moment? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And you can look through it all.
Okay.
I will say what has been striking today, I don't think today in general has been a great one for the Commonwealth. I mean, it's been negligible for the defense. They really haven't crossed anyone. But there is a stark difference, and I know that as a defendant, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you show emotion, you're faking, and if you don't show emotion, you're stoic. But it has been really interesting to see the natural grief reactions of Anna's friends versus the very almost blank affect of Brian.
Okay.
And what are those?
Text messages between me and Brian.
Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 164 for the jury?
You may.
Thank you. So I'd specifically like to ask about on January 3rd, if we could go down. Can you read on page 2, can you read that in green?
Yes. It says, "Hello, I know we did this a week ago, but have you heard from Anna?"
And how did you respond to that?
I said, "Hey, Brian, sorry for the delay. Was sleeping. I have the flu and I'm super sick. I texted with Anna on New Year's Day, but no, haven't heard from her. Is she working today? She's usually running around super busy with work."
And when did you send that?
It looks like on January 3rd at 12:51 p.m.
And then did Mr. Walsh respond to you?
He said, "You're right. I'll let you know when she calls. Feel better soon."
And then did you contact him later?
After that, I said, "Thank you." Yeah, and then the next morning, I was sick, so I slept the whole day. And the next morning, when I realized I hadn't heard back, I texted him, "Did you ever hear back?"
And then what happened?
And then he said, "No, they're looking for work now." And that's when I got really scared that something was wrong.
So what did you do after hearing that?
After that, I called my brother and I asked if he had heard from her and was explaining the situation.
Object at this point.
Well, we can stop the publication. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
So just tell me what you did. What did you do?
After the text message, I called my brother and...
That's fine. That's
Okay.
all. And then What did you do after calling your brother? Did you speak with Brian Walsh at some point on the phone?
I did, but I don't remember if it was later that day or the next day on the
Okay.
phone.
And who was on the phone with Brian Walsh?
There were some calls that was just me and Brian, and there was one call with Brian and his mother.
And what was the call with Brian and his mother like?
Well, his mother was pretty combative.
The jury says, ma'am, you need to say no more. We see your face. She was a thunder cunt. We got it. No worries. Just write that down in my notes.
I think she sounded.
You approach sidebar?
Yes.
Also, another reason I probably can't be a witness, because I would say, well, she was kind of a thunder cunt. Because when I get nervous, I tend to lose my filter. Which is why I won't be a real lawyer ever. Now, just looking at Brian's behavior, I don't think he would do anything with this much planning without his mother's help. Now, this is full speculation station, Mo. I don't know any of this, but a man who relies on his mom for all of this stuff and seems to not be able to do anything functional like check himself out at a self-checkout or anything else. And the fact that he had to make 3 different trips to, different stores for his red rum kit. Do I think that he had any knowledge of how to clean up a crime scene? I'll go with no for 800, Alex. Was mom called the minute he realized he'd made a big boo-boo? I'm going to go yes. Whether you can prove all of that in the court of law and whether the state is going to go after her, I don't know. But I severely doubt that Brian could have pulled this off independently. And I do have to go back and rewatch the cell phone testimony because there was testimony about the iPhone SE, which is the mother's phone. And if I'm recollecting correctly, it did parallel some of these shopping trips that we're seeing on the 3rd. So she was either with him or in the car with him, sitting in the car. But I do remember some of those locations paralleling. It's just been a day and I want to go back and watch it and make sure I've got all the notes right before I say this is not speculation. But I do remember those being parallel in certain, at least locations. And I did wonder why the state brought that in. I believe it was, I'll have to look at whatever day they did the cell phone with Keefe. I'll have to go back and rewatch it. I've got my notes, but I have terrible handwriting. Oh, you don't really need to go back to the beginning of the day. We've had the gentleman who was with them on the New Year's Eve evening. We had his testimony. He did seem very emotional about having to talk about this. The Commonwealth did not give him a transcript to look over prior to doing his testimony, nor did it seem like they had any conversation with him prior to. So while he was able to give some maybe behind inside baseball impressions of what Anna was thinking about her marriage at that current time. I don't know what he did for either side. That being said, I think it was very interesting to watch a man who genuinely cared for Anna as a friend struggle emotionally with the loss of her when we've seen Brian being fairly flat. We then went on to several different witnesses who were basically kind of foundational witnesses or just bringing in one or two pieces of evidence. We had someone from Home Depot. Brian bought more buckets, an industrial mop bucket, and a bunch, about $450 more of items. And this is where we get all of the powder because that's where he bought 24 pounds of baking soda. Not much. Now, this witness was just getting ready to go into Brian and his mother being on a phone call after she's made aware of Anna's disappearance. In the course of trying to communicate with Brian, there was one phone call where Brian and his mother were both on the phone. There was a sidebar and an objection from the defense, so I don't know if we'll be allowed to hear about Mommy Dearest.
Going back for just a moment on the 29th, did Anna ever tell you how Brian reacted to his mother saying, the psychic saying that she was having an affair?
Yeah, she told me that he thought it was equally as crazy, or that was what he said to her.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm going to swap out one and give you another. Recognize that jacket.
Yes.
Can you tell me what...
Just stay on the microphone so we can hear you.
Sorry. Can you tell me how you recognize that jacket?
As Anna's jacket, one that she wore.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this be the next exhibit.
All right, any objection to that?
None, thank you.
Jurors, that'll be marked into an evidence as Exhibit 264, photo of Anna. The jurors, the face of Anna Walsh is blurred out for that photo, but there's no dispute that that is a photo of her in the jacket, in a jacket. Thank you. 265? Oh, yes. Thank you.
265.
265, yes.
And I'd ask that this be published to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
I like a cute moto jacket. That's a nice jacket.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Cross?
Thank you.
Another very good choice to have the female attorney, Kelly Progue, to cross this witness. I don't think old man, I don't think Grandpa Simpson would be the best one to cross-examine with his, whisper shouting.
Good afternoon, Ms. Kirby.
Good afternoon.
It sounds like you and Anna got very close very fast.
Yes.
When she was down there, you guys would try to see each other about once a week?
Yeah.
Okay. And while she was down there, she was working for Tishman Spire?
Yes.
And obviously, you would text or talk on the phone sometimes during the week?
Yes.
And sometimes go for coffee walks around the neighborhoods?
Not coffee, but often walks, or we would meet up. Yeah.
I'm imposing my own desire in that. Okay. And her work schedule was pretty demanding while she was down in DC.
Yes.
And it wasn't uncommon that she would work until 7 or 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah, that was what she would tell me. Yes.
Okay. And then on top of that, she was flying back and forth to Boston on Thursdays or Fridays and returning on Sunday nights or Mondays.
Yeah, often Mondays and then returning Thursday or Friday.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about that Christmas Day phone call from Mr. Walsh.
Okay.
You had mentioned that it was not common or out of the ordinary for him to have called you.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you described him on that call as nervous and worried, right?
Yes.
And this was Christmas Day?
Yes.
And I think you told us it was about noon or a little bit past noon when he had reached out to you?
Mm-hmm.
And what he said is that he and the boys were expecting her home for Christmas and he hadn't heard from her.
What I recall he said was just ask me if I had heard from her because he hadn't heard from her.
Okay. And because of that nervousness or worry in his voice, you actually offered to go swing by her house to see if she was there.
Yeah, I thought that she was already back home for Christmas, and so that worried me, so I offered to go over.
Okay. And I think you said within 10 or 15 minutes, he actually reached out to be like, we're good. She reached out to me. She's okay.
He said he had heard from her.
Okay. You had told us that you had also spoken to Anna on the 25th on the telephone?
Yes.
And you were telling us that she was angry and upset that Mr. Walsh had called you.
Yes, she was angry that, he had bothered me that day with that because she felt it had not been that long since they had spoken.
Okay. So it was Christmas Day and she was upset that he bothered you on a holiday
Mm-hmm.
and that he worried you.
Mm-hmm.
You had mentioned that Anna had a friend named William Fastow.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told us that she shared with you that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And she told you that she told her husband that she had a crush on him.
Yes.
And that Anna, when she was talking about sharing that with her husband, that they always had an open, honest relationship.
Yes, that's what she said.
Okay. And in that conversation, when she was telling you about how she had told her husband about having a crush on Will, that Brian wasn't the jealous type.
When she told me that, I was surprised, and she said that was their relationship. They were open, and that he wasn't jealous.
And not only was he not jealous, that she kind of wished he was a little more jealous.
I think in the way that a wife would want a husband to be protective, yes.
Okay. And during...
No, I mean, I get it. No, none of this makes sense. Don't cheat on your spouse. Look, cheating on your spouse leads to a snapped episode. It leads to me watching your trial in various and sundry costumes.
The time you were friends in DC with Anna, and during these conversations, she never told you that she was having a romantic relationship with Will Fastow.
Not specifically, no. We talked a lot about Will, but not that anything had ever actually happened.
Okay. So you believe that they had a connection and she had a crush, but she never told you that they had been romantic or intimate?
Correct.
I think you had said that during this conversation on the 29th, Anna had said that lately she was just feeling drained of energy, right?
Drained of energy just due to everything going on. Yeah.
Okay. And she had also told you that she was someone that would stay up late and get up early in the morning, right?
I think she kept a busy schedule, not that she specifically always stayed up late and got up early, but that, she was doing a lot, and she just was a very energetic, passionate person.
And towards the end of December, there was a shift. There was a change in that.
Yes.
And she told you that she was falling asleep earlier and getting up later, and that was unusual for her.
Yeah, that she was really just starting to be sad and and everything was taking a toll on her. Yeah.
Okay. And it was, but when she was reporting this to you, she was talking about.
The defense is clinging on by their fingertips to this sudden, unexplained death thing. Again, it's one thing to believe that she suddenly passed away, but my question is, why did he immediately assume that he was going to get, blamed for it? If it was her just sleeping, going to sleep, and he came in and she was dead, then there's nothing stopping him from calling 911. The problem the defense has is whatever happened, however her death happened, it was such that people were going to take one look at it and say, Brian, put your hands out for them bracelets. But I believe this is where the defense is going to really start hammering on she was feeling run down, maybe she got the coof, she suddenly died in her sleep. So that's kind of, I think, where they're going with this.
About how even sleep, that she was falling asleep earlier in the night. She was sleeping later in the morning than she usually would.
I don't recall that exactly, just that she said that she felt so tired and burnt out.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had plans to get together on 12/29, but you also had plans to go out on December 20th, the week before.
I don't think I remember that exactly.
Okay.
But we often would try to make plans and then things would shuffle, so.
Okay. The plans I'm talking about on the 20th, she had canceled because she wasn't feeling well.
Right, yes.
Okay.
Right.
You shared with us during that long night out with Anna that the two of you were talking a lot about how it was difficult that she was away from her family. Yes.
Yes, okay.
Well, I apologize. And she told you that, she said to Brian, you need to resolve this. Even if you go to jail, we'll be here for you when you get out.
She didn't specifically say like this, then this. It was more like a conversation about taking responsibility, accountability, what that would mean, that could mean just owning it and taking the jail time if that was because the sentencing hadn't happened. So we didn't know exactly what it would be, but that was something she wanted for him to take care of their family in that way, just take responsibility, have it be done.
And I think you told us earlier on direct that she said to him, we'll be there even if that happens, meaning her and the boys.
And I don't think she said that directly. It was more like communicating to me that she wanted their family to be together, even if that meant jail time. Yeah.
Okay.
So I think they were still figuring out like what to do. They'd been living apart, and she wasn't sure what would happen.
And so, what you're telling us is that she wanted her family together.
Mm-hmm.
And that she wanted him to do whatever it took so that her and Brian and the boys could be together.
Yeah.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Ms. Kirby, did she want her family together?
Objection, Your Honor.
She stated it, she can answer it. So rephrase the question.
On December 29th, did she tell you, did she want her family together?
I think.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, listen to the question, answer the question if you can.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she wanted her family together?
She said that she wanted her family together. She also was exhausted and not really sure what to do, but I think she wanted her.
As to I think. All right. Sustained.
On December 29th, what did she tell you about if she loved the defendant, Brian Walshe?
She told me that he would often not tell her he loved her and would always ask her how much she was in love with him, and that she told me that this time she answered not as much because of everything that had happened. And yeah, that she was falling out of love, and also that she wanted, I think she saw.
Objection, Your Honor. As to,
Again,
I think she saw.
I know it's a long time ago, but it has to be the statement she made to you, not what you think or what you understood from it. It's statements that she made to you.
Okay, sorry. And on December 20th.
And it's very, very, I mean, this is a common thing we do. I think you meant to say this. I mean, this is kind of conversationally how we do talk. Like, we were talking and I think she's really anxious. This is generally how we phrase things because we can't say, and it is hard for us to parse out, just that's what they said without adding all of the other kind of context because this person so much. The A leads to D leads to 27Q. So I understand that it's hard on the witness and they're doing a good job. And I'm glad that they, are being very patient.
29th of 2022. How did she physically appear to you?
Tired.
And on December 29th of 2022, did you go out to karaoke?
Yes.
And did she go dancing?
Yeah, it was karaoke dancing.
Thank you.
Any recross?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you. Also, counsel at the side of the bench.
Karaoke and dancing? That sounds like my personal hell. Like, I have no problem going up and doing a comedy routine. I would do stand up. I would, play around and dress up in costumes, but singing and dancing, I have no rhythm and only, well, look, certain dogs that have lost their hearing think I am a great singer. Someone's nervous. I do kind of wonder what's going on because the judge said something about them closing the evidence today. Now, I was in the impression that the defense had at least 8 witnesses. And I don't know if this is just this is the state's case. I am a bit confused because I thought we would at least get the other dismemberment tools in evidence. I dislike having to be forced to not be able to fast forward through this Brian watch to, 2025. Douche View 2025. No, but I reserve the right to bitch. There's no crying in baseball, but in Mo's game, I reserve the right to complain.
Jurors, I'm going to read another stipulation to you now. And this is a stipulation, again, an agreement of the parties, simply an agreement of the parties. A stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of Brian Walshe. Brian Walsh was arraigned in the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months, restitution in the amount of approximately $475,000. January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer in all stages of this federal case. Commonwealth may call the next witness.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth rests.
All right, thank you. So with that, jurors, I told you that this case proceeds in chapters. That chapter of this case is closed. That is, the Commonwealth has presented all the evidence that it wishes to present in this case. As I've told you from the beginning, there is no obligation, no burden on the defendant to do anything in the case. And so I remind you of that. The burden does not rest with the defendant. All the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth, and it stays always on the Commonwealth. The defendant has the option to present evidence if he wishes to. I'm going to suspend the hearings for today, and we'll see you back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, ready to begin the day. Thank you very much. And before we leave, I remind you, don't do any research about this case. Don't go on social media or any news media. Don't speak to anyone about this case, and continue to have open minds as you receive the evidence in this trial. Have a good night, jurors.
Jurors exiting, all rise. First, please leave your notebooks in the chair. Watch your step.
Oh, don't smile, you gremlin. Okay, y'all, honestly, chat, now I'm not trying to be a butthole, but how the hell did someone as hot as Anna get stuck with Gargamel? Like, Timu melted outside in, with a magnifying glass because, it was the Gargamel with, from Sid's house in Toy Story. How the hell did this melted crayon get Anna? I don't think so. He didn't have any. His mom did.
Be seated.
What do we need to discuss?
First, we probably need to discuss, defendant would move for required finding of not guilty.
Go right ahead.
And,
Okay, so this is going to be typically when the state rests, the defense does have an opportunity. Now, it's rarely granted, but basically they do have an opportunity, and they generally will come up and basically say that the state did not prove, or meet their burden to keep my client on the charges. Now, let's hear what Old Man River has to say, because I'm sure this is going to be epic.
Give me a second to read your pleading.
Please let it say that the state of Massachusetts did not show up. And this is a case without a body, so there might be actually some points that he could make.
All right, I'll hear from you.
Possibly.
For the most part, Judge, I'm just going to rely on that pleading, but what's important in this case, for purposes of arguing the Lattimore standard and the required finding, is that in the facts and circumstances of this case, even if you consider all of the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, that the circumstantial evidence and the inferences have not been proven on the elements of premeditation and intent. And it's important to distinguish the fact that where inferences can be reasonable when they have to do with other factual issues that do not constitute the specific elements of the crime charged, here, the inference must be beyond a reasonable doubt because it must support the element of premeditated murder, and it must support the specific intent to kill. And whereas the Commonwealth has based their whole prosecution on what we characterize as a three-pronged approach, that motive evidence that they theorize supports an inference of intent and premeditation, they have failed to present the type of quantity and quality of evidence that would then result in an inference beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Walsh ever premeditated a murder or ever manifested the specific intent to kill. The three-prong approach that the Commonwealth took in this case was that Mr. Walsh was motivated by financial interest, which has not been established, by any inference sufficient to carry the day, even on the Lattimore standard. The second prong is that somehow Mr. Walsh was using his children and his role as primary care provider to avoid going to prison, and that has not been established by any sufficient evidence. And then there's the third prong, and it has to do with the affair, and where it seems clear that the Commonwealth has established that Anna Walsh did in fact engage in an intimate affair with William Fastow. They have failed to establish sufficiently to withstand a Lattimore standard that he even knew about the affair. In fact, if you consider the evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth from their own witnesses, there is no evidence presented to this jury that he knew about the affair, that he reacted to any knowledge of the affair. And in fact, the reaction that he had fell far short of someone that was even jealous of the fact that Miss Walsh reported to him specifically that she had a crush on Mr. Fastow. And I understand, we understand that whereas motive is not an element, that's not what we're arguing. And I say in our motion that if the government's...
Okay, so I just looked up the Lattimore standard, and it comes from the State versus Lattimore, and it deals with how appellate courts review credibility determinations by trial judges and trial courts. So in plain English, the standard says that reviewing appeals courts should not reweigh witness credibility and should defer. This doesn't seem that this would be cited as something. Maybe there's a different Lattimore. I don't know, because this doesn't seem to... there you go.
Stands up and says since motive is not an element, that the argument that we just made doesn't apply. Well, that misses the point, because that is the whole foundation of their prosecution in this case. And so respectfully, Judge, in the unusual circumstances and the complex circumstances presented in this case, I would ask that a required finding be entered on indictment 001.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Viewed in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth, the evidence is sufficient for a jury to find the defendant guilty of the premeditated murder of Anna Walsh. Your Honor, as to evidence that the defendant killed Anna Walsh, the defendant was the only adult in the house on January 1st after Mr. Mutlu left. There's evidence before the court that Anna was a fit and active 39-year-old, and in fact that she participated in a vigorous exercise class at Bar Method on the 31st of December, where she demonstrated that she was in good physical condition. Evidence of the bloody slippers, bloody bath towels, bloody carpet, on his broken Gucci necklace, combined with the defendant's internet searches about cleaning blood from wood floors, his purchase of large quantities of cleaning products, are sufficient for the jury to find that Anna met a violent death in the living quarters of 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. I'd also point out there was a cut on the defendant's thumb, and there was evidence that he did purchase Band-Aids and some antibiotic cream on January 1st. As to deliberate premeditations, there's evidence that the defendant was aware of Anna's relationship with another man. He told police that he monitored the Chase credit card statement. That is an evidence before the court. That statement includes a purchase of a plane ticket to Dublin in over the Thanksgiving holiday in 2022. The defendant was aware of Anna's itinerary. He told police that he had suggested that she go out during a layover in Frankfurt, which she did have a layover in Frankfurt at one point of that travel. And again, looking at that travel, it's clear that looking at the Chase statement that it was indicated a trip to Dublin. And the defendant told police that she had only gone to Serbia to see her mother. And I suggest the evidence is more than sufficient to find that he was aware of that trip to Dublin. He also searched Will Fastow's name on December 25th, and he also researched emergencies in buildings that Anna managed in D.C. I'd also point out that the defendant's phone, which he said was mislaid from December 31st to January 2nd, he told Mr. Mutlu that when Mr. Mutlu came for the New Year's Eve dinner. That phone was repeatedly unlocked and connected to a power source while it was supposedly missing. The evidence indicates that the defendant used that phone to create an alibi for himself. It explains why he was not contacting Anna. And then when he did say he recovered the phone, he started sending text messages to Anna, and he later showed those messages to police. It suggests he was using the missing phone as a way to create an alibi for himself. And to explain why there was he didn't have the phone with him when he went to Vin and Liquors and threw something into the dumpster, or when he was in Lowe's buying cleaning supplies and cutting tools on January 1st. Your Honor, there's also ample evidence of motive. There's evidence that the jury can find that if Anna took the children to D.C., the possibility of the defendant avoiding jail time on the federal charges would lessen. We heard testimony today about the impact of that on Anna and what she intended to do. Anna also had life insurance policies and financial accounts, which the defendant was the named beneficiary, and he stood to inherit substantial funds if Anna Walsh were deceased. And also, Your Honor, the defendant's elaborate web of lies regarding Anna allegedly leaving for a work emergency in D.C. He lied to friends, family, and the police about that. I suggest that that also is sufficient evidence to give this case to the jury and would ask that you deny that motion for required finding of not guilty.
All right. The Latimer Standard dictates that I take every inference, all the evidence and all the reasonable inferences from that evidence in the light most favorable to the Commonwealth. Adopting that standard, I'm not convinced by the defendant's motion. I'm not going to repeat the evidence that the Commonwealth has just, in brief, summarized for the court. That evidence that this jury has heard and seen is adequate to allow the jury to deliberate the case, in that, again, drawing all the inferences, reasonable inferences from the evidence that's before this jury, there is sufficient evidence for this case to go to the jury for them to determine the three elements that are before them. But it gets over the Latimer Standard. So the defendant's motion is denied.
We would just object to the record.
I understand. You indicated to me at the side of the bench that there were some evidentiary issues you wanted to address with me.
There are, can we go to the sidebar for these, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so evidentiary issues might just be everyone making sure that their lists are okay. Now, with the judge reminding the jury that the defense is in no way required to put on a defense, we might be getting indications that we will be heading directly into closing statements tomorrow morning. I don't know. I mean, that just seems to be what I'm gathering from context clues, but who knows? And that was a swing and a miss, Brian. Yeah, I mean, no one knows what happened. I mean, there's no evidence here of anything at all. I mean, you miss every opportunity you don't take. Jim, possibly, again, the defense did say that Brian at least was going to testify, but the indication from the judge, or at least what I was getting from the way she said certain things, like, I want to remind you that the defense is not obligated, is never obligated to, put on a case. The, Commonwealth has the burden to prove this case to you. So I want you to keep that in mind. Maybe that's something that she says at this point in every case. I've not watched any trials with her, but it did seem to indicate to me possibly the defense has decided not to do anything tomorrow. I personally will not be sad if I don't have to listen to Brian talk about himself. Yeah, everything the defense was moving toward did allude, up until yesterday, I would say, that he was going to be testifying. And then yesterday happened. We had those long, sidebars. And then we were told at the end of the day that the evidence was going to be closed by the end of day. So I don't know. He admitted to using the hacksaw on her after she died, even manslaughter, maybe a plea if he tells where the body is. I have a feeling that Brian will never tell. It's the last petty revenge of a very small, very narcissistic man who only felt in control when he was the breadwinner. And as Anna started to make more money and was cheating, not going to absolve her of that. But the moment he had to take real steps to accountability and everything else, he went back to being the mommy's boy he always had been. And I think the final straw was that she was going to leave. He can leave Anna. Oh, he can, leave. But Anna leaving him and leaving him in a better position than him. He was going to essentially be stuck back with his mom and a felon, a federal felon. And Anna was going to go on to do her big job. Yeah, I'm really hoping, I'm glad to hear that Miss Walsh did not get custody of the boys. So I am glad. I do hope that whatever conclusion this case comes to, those boys are able to get a solid family. If their future adoptions being held up because of this, legal case, I hope that, at the conclusion of this, they are able to find a home that will take them in and support and love them, because those boys deserve it. Let's check what the chat is. I don't know what Anna's family situation is like, so I am not sure. Where is the chat? Let's see what chat is saying. Oh, I remember I can do this with that on it. Let's see. Put him under the jail. The jerk's going to get in the big house for murder. Even if someone is bluish, 911 tells you to do CPR and stuff while there's still a chance. Brian was just a nanny and housekeeper. There's no reasonable way to be thought of, or he could have thought of dismembering her as a natural response to anything. And then someone really likes ginger snaps from Bed Bath & Beyond. Chickens are cheap because of the cheap way they eat feed and cereal. I don't know what that's in response to. God, I love just rando chats. I'm glad to see that Law and Crime even sometimes does have their own little squirrel bits in their own chat. To be fair, if I were stuck in Law and Crime's chat and having to stare at Brian Walshe, I too would think about anything but my current situation. And for all of you guys that are going to be dealing with the cold and snow, make sure that you are bundled up and warm tonight. Make sure that you check on, friends, family, older relatives, maybe even, younger relatives. If this is their first time experiencing super duper cold, maybe they don't know that you have to keep the pipes on a little trickle. Reach out to them. Make sure everyone's safe and healthy, and don't go on the roads if you don't have to. We have only gotten wind today and cold rain, but it's supposed to be pretty bad wind tonight into tomorrow, so I will hopefully be here tomorrow, but I do live in rural Indiana, and rural Indiana interwebs is not always that reliable, especially during strong wind, even though I think it's supposed to be underground now. I don't know. Mr. Mo said something about fiber optical cables, but I'll be real honest with you guys. I wasn't paying all that much attention because he was talking about the internet. And that's a technical thing. Look, just make sure the internet is on, and Mr. Mo is my tech support. Oh, this is like the one time I'm actually like ahead of time and I have to look at his dumb face. It's just not fair. Now, this is probably taking a good deal of time because at current count, I believe we have 265 exhibits just in this case alone. Some of that is digital. A lot of it is forensic, different items exhibit, a lot of multiple numbers and kind of names for exhibits as they would go through the lab process and things like that. You will also have the extractions from the MacBook, I believe, the iPhone Mini 13, the iPad Mini 6, and I think at least the location data for the iPhone SE. So it is a lot of that. And if you live in a park model or RV, be sure your water hydrant is heated and dip your faucets. Don't forget to open cupboards, exposing your water pipes to room air. Yeah, definitely. Just, make sure that you guys, that we're all taking precautions. And I swear to God, I said it earlier this morning, but we need to make sure Juicy Smollett is nowhere near a Subway. I am not going through another round of crazy. So we better make sure he is somewhere in the Florida Keys near a Jimmy John's. I need someone to put an APB out on this man and make sure he is not planning any shenanigans. I will not have another Arctic, frost cap with craziness in my neck of the woods. I just won't have it. Oh, come on, do something. I was interested at the state's case. I guess they figure they have enough going in. Just for my personal, like, I like to do a full and complete job. It does kind of bother me that the state has closed evidence until we got all the DNA evidence on the tin snips and the shears. Now, maybe they figured, for cost saving purposes, that they had enough. It's more for my, record of completeness that I feel like. Cat face.
All right. So I think we all have our tasks for the evening, and I'll see you back tomorrow. Anybody need anything? All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Well, that is interesting. Now, the tasks that she keeps telling them about, I do wonder if those are jury instructions. Typically, those are given after closing statements. I typically don't watch those on my trial coverage because honestly, my ADHD can only be stretched so far. But we are at the time of the day where I give you a little breakdown. Now, this will go up also as a premiere at 7 p.m. But if you've watched today with me, then feel free to just ignore it. It's not anything new. It's simply this. I just cut out this part of the live stream so that people don't have to watch the entire live stream. Because that's a whole lot of mo. And, some of us are on a low mo diet. All right. So day 7. Oh, what's wrong with... he hears that the youngest feral ones have come home and he would like to join them in their revelry and craziness. Okay, sir. All right, I'm just going to do notes. You just keep flicking me with your tail. So this today opened kind of almost the same as yesterday. As soon as Brian and all of the lawyers were, called together for kind of the judge's pre-start day, there were 2 very long breaks. Brian continues to look more and more careworn. I don't know if he's run out of suits or if his mom thinks he looks more innocent in the adult Garanimal sweater set. No, he doesn't. But, then we got to, no, today isn't day 7. Oh, for the love of Cheetos. I love that I've paid so much attention to my notes today. It's like, why is today? I swear that wasn't today. It's been a long day. Can't you tell? Aha. I am a genius, but only in my own brain. This is what happens when you date or when you number your notes, but you start at 1 every day, which may be a reason I need to change my system. Aha. So they did, now the judge did put something on the record today, but we're not sure what the judge put on the record. And she did ask for both parties, the Commonwealth and the defense, to turn in their 2 pages of documents. Again, I am not sure what she meant about that. And then there were 2 fairly long sidebars. And then we did get into the voir dire of Jem, Kem, or Jim. Now, they basically were going into what exactly Anna talked with him about, and there was kind of a clear disconnect, and I don't know if it was because Jem was so nervous or because the Commonwealth, in a very unusual stumble for them as far as preparation and being on top of things. This is the first day that the Commonwealth has really stumbled. Apparently, Jim was not reached out to prior to this to go over his transcript of the interview he did when all of these sort of things were fresh in his mind. Now, it turns out that he had actually met Brian during this whole leadership acceleration programmy deal. It sounds like a self-help group / cult that you can RSVP me no from. But if it worked for, some people, hey, I'm not going to rain on your parade. So it seems like the primary point of contact, at least at first, between Jem and the Walshes was Brian, because they were in the same class and they were buddies together. Now, Anna had been through this leadership program, I guess the class prior or what have you, and she knew that Jem was kind of in real estate, so she kind of encouraged Brian to become his buddy. And then it seems like their kind of relationship, went forward. Anna did go on to work for Jem for a while as his district coordinator, or sort of like his office manager slash work wife-ish thing. And this is where we get into the two kind of difficult witnesses of the day. Both Jem Malugin and Alyssa Kirby are both brought in kind of give the jury a sense of how Anna felt about her life. And it is clear that when Anna talked to her friends, while she didn't maybe go into the full, I'm having an affair, I want to leave Brian and his mom is crazy, she was opening up that there were cracks in the marriage, that there had been a lot of strain, and Brian not wanting to take full accountability using. Now, this is something that the state is right. You do get bits and pieces of information from different people. And it has been brought up previously in the trial that Anna felt like Brian was manipulating the situation with the boys, with him basically being the sole caregiver of the boys, to look pathetic so that in the federal case he would only get probation, basically throwing himself on the mercy of the court, saying, my boys have no one else, my wife is working in DC, I have to stay home. So the voir dire, I don't think, brought out much, other than you could tell that Jim was visibly nervous, that he was really, his lack of specificity didn't seem like it was deliberately done to mislead the jury. In fact, the opposite. It seemed like he was really trying to be very clear that he couldn't remember verbatim what Anna had said, but the gist of it was that there was a lot of cracks in the marriage, that Anna wanted to stop having to carry a lot of the load. She wanted Brian to step up, things like that. So that's kind of what we got with the first witness. I don't think Jem did a good job for either the state or the defense, but I do think, in the traditional sense, I do think that if I were a juror, I would have made note about how both Jem and Alyssa openly displayed actual grief on the stand. And I've pointed out how defendants, are damned if they do, damned if they don't. If they cry at the, table, that looks like they're, faking or putting it on. If they're stone-faced, then they're, unfeeling. But I haven't noticed Brian ever show genuine sadness or grief. There have been a couple times where Anna's picture will flash up on the screen, and it doesn't look like it bothers him. And it does look like it really bothered the witnesses. And if I'm on the jury, that's something I'm going to notice, in that the defense is trying to make me buy that this was the love of his life, his soulmate. So crushed was he by the loss of his other part of his soul that he went full, slice and dice. Again, do you see how this could be a problem for you, defense, when your client looks like he is infected? But defense, don't let me get in your way while you're screwing this up. So while I think it was, he was a good witness, I just don't know what he added to the state. Other than we did get to kind of peek behind things, and in the way he didn't say things, you can tell that there were cracks in the marriage, which again just kind of blows up the whole defense that, you know, Brian was madly in love and they were all in love and look at this ring. So just odd things about that. Now, it did emerge that Jem suddenly remembered, I believe just the other day, that Anna had suggested while they were taking pictures to send one to Will Fasto. That one did stick out to me as a little odd, just because the man had been so careful and kind of wishy-washy on everything else. To make a sudden declarative, I absolutely remember that she did this, just seemed a bit out of character for what he did remember. Now, this could be something that completely happened. I'm not saying that, but it just did seem a bit odd when he really couldn't be pinned down on any one statement. This was the one statement he remembered, which, you know, is neither here nor there. Again, I don't think that he pushed much of anything. I think if anything, he did give the jury maybe a bit of insight into the reality of what Anna was feeling and not what the defense has been pushing. There was talk about Brian's mom from this witness being very upset that the witness had held Anna's hand when Brian was possibly going to a hearing. Seems like, you know, Brian's mom's never happy with anything, but that's neither here nor there. Then we get to Marlene Ramadal, and she was the senior U.S. probation officer for Brian. And she does kind of go through that Brian was supposed to be on a very limited schedule. He did have kind of open time slots when he was supposed to be taking his kids to school and picking them up, and then a schedule kind of routine made the week before for grocery shopping, haircuts, helping out with his mom, things like that. And she was the one that did explain that he had actually gone to a restaurant on New Year's Day. He was not supposed to go to restaurants, or if he wanted to go to a restaurant while on this particular program, he did have to get prior approval through the court. And the defense kind of said, well, it might not have been approved. So basically, Brian doesn't listen to rules. Now, that's kind of all that she went through. And she was one of the people that Brian did have to contact, because due to his conditions of parole, anytime that you have any interaction with police, you do have to call about it. So that's just kind of where that went. And then we went into a lot of different managers and kind of people that were with loss prevention to again show Brian on his quest to get the perfect murder kit from every single store in apparently Cohasset. First, we get a property manager for the Chatham West apartment complex, and we were able to see video of Brian driving up in the Volvo and throwing something away. We then get Christopher Bresconi from TJ Maxx. Brian went in there on the 4th at around 9:20 to buy, I believe, Dockers and a belt. And he used some, it looks like gift cards or something like that. I don't know what that has to do with the price of eggs in China, but we apparently, the state made clear that he had used a gift card. Then we get to the other emotional witness of the day, Alyssa Kirby. Alyssa Kirby was friends with Anna. She really didn't have any major interaction with Brian other than on Christmas Day when Anna's flight had been canceled and she was hanging out with William Fasto. And Brian did his spazzy call about to, see if Anna had died or if there had been a building explosion. He was one of the people, one of her coworkers that he had contacted. And she lived so close to Anna that she had offered to go look for her, but he contacted her back and said, "No, it's fine. I found her." Um, Anna called her on that evening as she was driving up to Massachusetts, kind of embarrassed and just irritated that, well, she said angry that Brian had, bothered other people. She hadn't, been out of his communication for too long. And she was really quite irritated that he had contacted her on Christmas Day. We then learn that Anna and Alyssa hung out on the 29th of December. They went out to a karaoke bar, a karaoke dance bar, which again sounds like the seventh circle of hell for Mo. And she talks about how Anna really kind of broke down, how this was very out of character for her. She's usually a very positive, kind of energetic person. How her relationship with Brian was on the rocks, that she was tired of being far away from the kids. She was tired of Brian basically delaying this case. Thank you so much, Major Mom. And she was just tired. Kind of like, and I'm guessing the tired she was speaking of was more emotional tired, but again, that would be an interpretation that wouldn't be allowed in court. That's my own interpretation. Thank you so much, Major Mom. But it really did seem like Anna was kind of coming to a crossroads, that she was getting to a place where she could no longer do all the things, and she needed Brian to either step up or to realize that she's going to have to do this by herself. At least that's what I kind of get out of it, but that could just be me. Now we then go into, Anna went home, and her first kind of contact with Brian once Anna was no longer around. Now it seems like she got a text from Brian around midday on the 2nd, and her being sick, she had the flu, and she, I guess, slept through that, and she finally, she texted him back on the 3rd, and, asked if Brian had heard anything else. He hadn't. And Brian let her know that he would, let her know when he got in touch. Now, I guess she then got in touch with him again. Now, the testimony was stopped by objection, so I don't think they were able to get into a phone call in which Brian and his mother were both on the phone, and she characterized Brian's mother as aggressive before the defense got to, or basically said, objection. Now, the other interesting thing that did come out is that Brian and his mother went to a psychic, and the psychic said that Anna was cheating, which I say, good on you, Miss Cleo. I knew you would get something right. Again, just not the most normal kind of stuff. Now, as far as what Alyssa knew about William Fastow, now this is me watching people for all of my life. I think she was aware deep down that her friend was having an affair, even if the words hadn't been spoken. But as far as what came out in testimony, Brian was aware that Anna had a crush on William Fastow and wasn't jealous. Apparently, they were very open on who they'd like to bang if they had a hall pass. I don't know. I mean, maybe that's kind of like what they do of a Friday night. Who knows? And after all of that, we basically got a final stipulation to the federal prosecution and Brian pleading guilty to his federal, crime. And did, go into the fact that Brian and his attorney wanted probation, and the state or the federal prosecutors wanted 30 to 38 months in prison, along with $480,000 in restitution. And then the state rested. The judge then told the jury to go, but she did make a point to say that, the state has now rested. Remember when I told you that the defense doesn't have to put on a case? This is all the burden of the state. Now, I don't know if this is something that she generally points out with every trial, or if this is, trying to give a hint that the defense is not going to be doing anything. Now, I have looked at things, and it looks like there's only 8 to possibly 10 witnesses for the defense. Now, the defense did say in an opening statement that Brian, we were going to hear Brian's own words, but it does seem like the mood in the defense has changed in the last 2 days, as far as just kind of fervor and sticking with this ridiculous story that he found her dead and panic dismembered her, as you do. So I don't know if they're reading the room, they're reading the tea leaves, and the jury's not buying it, or what's going on. But I will see you guys tomorrow at 10:30, and we will get another day on this crazy case going. I appreciate you guys all hanging out with me and keeping me company on this very freezing day in Indiana. Hagatha has not liked the cold, but you guys have kept my mind off of Hagatha, the horrible leg. So I do appreciate it. And welcome Squid Pro Quo Raiders. Sorry, you guys just came in as we are getting ready to leave. Let me see if I can find someone on. I am going to finish this stream and get working on the, what was it called? Oh, my breakdown video. Please subscribe if you haven't subscribed. All of the grifty YouTubey things. My brain is currently at the mashed potato stage. I have no one's got anything. Okay, YouTube is being weird, which, I mean, okay. Well, you guys are free to go wherever on the internet you would like to go, because it's not letting me redirect. I appreciate all of you guys that hung out with me today. And, if you like a morning news stream without the politics, but all the true crime and the absurd, I do a morning news stream every weekday morning at 8 a.m. We do headlines, true crime, and all the absurd, along with the cursed clips I find on YouTube. So, it's always fun. It's always a blast. And, well, squirrely if we're getting snow. So I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 or 10:30, and we will see where exactly we are heading in the Hades. Y'all pray for me that we do not have to sit through old man Grandpa Simpson and his defense case, because I can't. There are not enough emotional support possums to get me through the defense case in chief. So I will see you guys in a little bit. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful day. Stay safe, stay warm, reach out to people that you know, and yeah, stay bundled up, guys. We're going to need it.